everyone. Welcome to the Pitkin County Board of County Commissioners work session on Tuesday, April 20th. I'm Kelly McNicholas Curry, the chair of the board. Also in the room with me today is Vice Chair Patty Clapper and County Manager John Peacock, and our helpful staff from IT, keeping us organized on Zoom. And then joining us from home is the rest of our board. We have Francie Jacober, Greg Poshman, and Steve Childs. Welcome everyone, and happy early Earth Day. And to start off our agenda, we will be hearing from our Director of Human Services, Nan Sundin, with a discussion related to a proposed Office of Financial Empowerment. And so with that, Nan, hi, welcome, and I'll invite you to introduce your guests. Nice to see you.
Great, thank you so much. Nan Sundin, Human Services Director. Really pleased to be able to introduce our guests today, John Fox Rubin and Barbara Freeman, both from the La Medici organization. And they're going to do a presentation on a legislation that is pending on developing an Office of Financial Empowerment in the state of Colorado. And I just wanted to give a little bit of background. As you all know, for the past year, Human Services has been holding economic emergency assistance task group meetings to really address the financial impacts of COVID on people who have lost work, lost time, lost parts of work, and making sure that we're communicating and linking people to resources. Through our work as a committee, and actually the committee's meeting right now as we speak, one of the things that came up for us is the issue of financial literacy. And John and Barbara and the legislation call it financial empowerment. But what we're seeing are people who, are one incident away from financial distress. So the loss of part-time work, being sick with COVID, having to stay home with their children because their children can't be in school. All of these things are creating financial challenges, and people are having a hard time recovering. In bigger cities, there are some really great community resources. We have good community resources, but they're fragmented. And the concept that John and Barbara are going to talk about today would really help us pull together a coordinated response to the long-term impacts of COVID that we believe we're going to see. So, I put in the memo that there does not appear to be any opposition to this legislation, which is great. The Finance Subcommittee did make a couple of changes to ensure accountability. But I'm going to invite Barbara and John. They have a PowerPoint, and I will turn it over to them and welcome them to this presentation.
Thank you so much for, Nan, first of all, for listening, coaching us, and writing that excellent memo. If you haven't had a chance to read the memo, it really sets up the context for what Nan just mentioned. My name is John Fox Rubin, and I'm a former elected official in the small town of BOCC, and I'm an engineer, and most of my work is in social impact organizations in our community. Barbara asked me to help on this project. So this is a project, we named it the Money Matters Project, and we'll tell you more about it. Kind of because financial empowerment is confusing and many of the people we were interviewing for this project were Spanish speakers, and so we worked with some Spanish speakers, and Money Matters translated pretty well into both languages. And really, it's about how does money affect decisions in your life, and have you been affected by the systems that manage money in our communities. What I'm wondering is, can I have permission to share the screen? Because we do have a video that's about 4 minutes that will kind of give you a good picture of what we're going to tell you with the slide deck.
Okay, we're getting you those permissions now.
Okay, looks like I have permission. Thank you.
And okay, I'm going to sneak in a hello to Barbara. How are you, Barbara? How fun to see you.
Yeah, I know. I was smirking earlier because I saw you smiling. I thought, Francie's smiling at me. No,
I
she's
was,
not.
it's true,
Yeah.
I was.
Perfect. Okay, well, I'm going to share, and then you guys can smile more, and Barbara's going to have plenty to say shortly. Okay, so let's hope that this video works. We know sometimes that stuff's complicated. Let me just make sure that I'm going to share the sound with you. Share sound, that's an important part of it. I'm going to give you stereo sound, okay? So if this works, you're going to have high fidelity here. Okay, 1, 2, 3, I'm clicking play.
Yay!
Cuando yo tuve a mi bebé, no pude pagar una factura de $500, pero ahora la pregunta o la inquietud es de saber si estoy en colección por esa factura. Nosotros no somos dueños de casa ni de traila, nosotros rentamos en un apartamento en Spring Valley. No nos hemos podido comprar una casa.
It's not playing,
no
the audio's
tenemos el
playing, but the
crédito
video's not.
Oh, okay.
It
What are you
worked earlier.
seeing?
I only see the Office of Financial Empowerment screen.
Are you seeing a slide? Okay.
It looks like a slide rather than
Okay.
videos doesn't seem to be.
Yep, it's
running.
sharing the wrong screen. Okay. Thank you for saying something. I was like, it looks good to me here. So it's sharing the sound. Okay, let me try it again.
I knew it could have been too good to be true.
Yeah, exactly. I've got multiple screens. Okay, this should be the right. So you're going to hear, hopefully now you'll be able to see what you've already heard, and my apologies. Give me a thumbs up if that's working.
We just see a black screen.
But you hear the
Cuando yo
sound?
tuve a mi bebé,
Yes.
no pude pagar una factura de $500,
Okay.
pero ahora la pregunta o la inquietud.
Any tips, Zoom crew?
Now I can't pause it. Okay. Well, okay, we might just have to call it and send you the links to this video. My apologies. That's the challenge with technology. We practiced it, but not on your system.
This is,
So let me just
IT member
introduce-
here. If you put that link in the chat, we could pull it up on the laptop in the front of the room here.
Oh, perfect. Okay.
Do we have chat on?
Ooh, I don't see a chat though.
Oh, nope, then that's not gonna work. Sorry about that.
Yeah, we'll send it afterwards, and it'll be fun to watch. And I'm sorry you can't watch it now. So the project was sponsored by the Bell Policy Center, who's been working with our state legislature to develop an Office of Financial Empowerment in our region, or in our state. And they worked with 3 regions in the state to look at what happens out there in the community. And Barbara was pretty much the key connector that made this happen. And Barbara Freeman, if you haven't met her yet, you'll meet her in just a minute. She is the founder of La Medici, which is an amazing organization, and it has a deep background in women's finance around the world. She's lived around the world. She's worked in more countries than I think I've visited. And we're lucky that she lives in our community, and really La Medici really started with conversations back when I was running Valley Settlement in the community. And what we wanted to do to start from our perspective was really looking at the lived experience of people in our own community to ground any work for what an office, what's a statewide office going to do to help us, was really our perspective. And why don't maybe I can share that slide deck, or do you all have the slides in front of you?
I don't have them in front of me.
If you could try to share it, that'd be helpful.
Okay. That should share. Let's see how that goes. How's that? Can you see a slide deck with no? There's something wrong with my
It looks like
system.
it's waiting for one more mouse click to say okay to start sharing.
Okay. Let's see. I'm hitting share, and then on my screen it pops up. It says you are screen sharing. I'm clicking on the slides. This is so strange.
I just pulled it up on my iPad.
I can try to share mine.
I'm sorry. I think maybe I've tapped out my computer with too many screens.
Can you?
I can try to share,
Close
John.
one. close everything that isn't possibly there.
There we go.
Now you're seeing it?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. Maybe at the end I'll try the video, because now I think I know what was wrong. I had too many screens up. Okay, so now we're at least on the same page. And the main reason I want to share this slide is to give credit to the rest of the team that we worked with, and some of the names you might find familiar. But these are folks that helped us access a wide range of demographics in our community, from people currently living in prison, formerly incarcerated, homeless, formerly homeless, aging in our community, immigrants, undocumented immigrants, and then Barbara and myself were the token Anglos in this. Although Nicolette Toussaint, who helped us quite a bit in the Carbondale aging community, and Monica Brutout in the Aspen homeless community. So I'm going to stop now, and Barbara's going to talk a little bit more, and then I'll walk through a few more slides. So I'm going to hand it over to Barbara on our first slide here.
Oh. Yeah, okay. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Great. Well, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you today. And hopefully we'll have a chance to provide some of the financial stories of the people in the Roaring Fork and Colorado River Valleys. We've been spending a lot of time with them to understand their lived experiences with money. I think that both Nan and John, thank you so much. I think you set this really up well, and my first page of bullet points I've just thrown away. So what you didn't hear really from the people in the video yet, it's really a lot of talk about some deep problems that were seriously exacerbated and worsened through the pandemic, through these years. Most critical, you hear a lot about issues related to credit and the lack thereof. So if you're looking at the PowerPoint screen, I'm just starting with the point about access. Many people really talk about how they lack access to safe and affordable credit and low-cost credit in particular. And so related to that is debt. And debt that is actually dominating the conversation in many households these days. You may know that I've been running the Manaus Emergency Fund. We've given out over $3 million to our Latino immigrant community. And with that, we've heard thousands and thousands of stories from people. And as the year has progressed, and moved into the next year, what we've seen is really serious mounting debt, and particularly medical debt, which actually some of it existed before, much of it existed before, and many preconditions existed before. So there's nothing new. It's just so exposed and very scary what comes next. So access and dealing with issues of debt. We're also hearing about countless kinds of scams, and in addition to predatory lending practices, we're hearing, I just heard a terrible story about a GoFundMe scam where somebody raised money on behalf of someone else because their husband died, and then decided not to give her the money. John will talk deeper about these issues, but the scams are many and deep. And of course, we know about the unemployment insurance scams that have been going on in our valley. Also, you would have heard on this video many people talking about navigation, the need for information and good information, and what are my rights? What are my rights? You know, can somebody actually charge me $50 a day in fees for paying my rent late, for example? But more, you know, without speaking to COVID, even my husband died, and I need to collect Social Security. What do I do? How do I do it? Do I have a right to it? And then fundamentally, we deal with issues of security, of financial security, and well-being. In our region, so many of our community members are actually unbanked or underbanked, and really many cannot get access to safe and low-cost credit. And the best financial empowerment programs are understood as integrated tools that work hand in hand with existing programs. And they help leverage those existing programs, like Nan was talking about earlier, to improve people's lives. I'm going to pass back to John. He's going to get into just a little bit more detail.
So for each of those 4 points that Barbara had on that first slide, I'm going to go into a little more detail, but hopefully not too much so that we have time for some dialogue with you all. But back to information rights and resources. The pandemic just really brought to light the real challenge of eviction, mortgage relief, and the challenges people have navigating the current systems. Even the state programs that are supposed to be well funded, the POP program, it got shut off in January, and we know landlords that applied and then found out 2 months later that they need to reapply, and they're still waiting for the replacement program. And landlords are hurting, tenants are hurting. So some of these issues were, as Barbara mentioned, sort of endemic to our region before the pandemic, but certainly brought to the forefront. And as we know, the stimulus checks, they're only going to documented citizens. So this whole segment of our population, which is between 15 and 30,000 people in our region that are not fully documented, they're not getting those $1,400 checks. So issues like that around equity are a big challenge as we think for the state. And there's some really encouraging legislation, especially on the housing front, where the state is looking at essentially providing housing vouchers to people regardless of their documentation status. So some of that new policy work will be aligned with this if this bill fully gets passed that we're going to talk to you about. But back to just sort of the conditions in our community, Barbara mentioned credit is such a key enabler. And as we know, many of the families that don't have access to credit, they live in a more predatory environment and a cash environment where they're buying mobile homes with cash or with borrowed money, not at bank terms with UCC filings and security and things like that. And so there's a lot of fraud that happens in that case. We've run across families that have thought they've completely paid off the trailer from someone to find out that the person still has title to it and won't give it to them and says, no, you were just paying me rent, even though they were renting to buy and things like that. So there's a big need for more education about best practices about how to buy a trailer, even in a second language and things like that, and using access to credit and whatnot. So, sorry, I'm going to just move on to the next slide. But feel free if anyone's like, wait a minute, I need to hone in on one of those bullet points. Don't be shy. So I kind of covered a little bit of the predatory pieces. We've seen a fair amount of identity theft in our valley as well. And that's another piece of the puzzle that where do people go when they've been a victim today? There's not a local office. It's more like maybe they'll call the police, maybe they'll tell someone, but oftentimes they don't. So if we had a prominent office that had a bilingual front staff, then really there could be a one-stop shop in a broader region, not necessarily just Pickens County or Garfield County, but we may need to band together with the other regions for an office, knowing that adding a staff person is incredibly expensive. So last slide, and then I'm going to hand it over to Barbara to kind of conclude, and we'll hopefully open it up. Security and well-being. Car insurance, believe it or not, is often a bigger expense for some of the families we know than their housing. And that is astonishing. And it's partly because of the long commutes and the fact that families need an incredibly reliable vehicle. But oftentimes they'll have one or two high school age kids, and so they'll have multiple vehicles, and none of them are fully, none of them are on a loan, or if they are on a loan, it's a high interest rate loan. So their balance of system costs are really high, and so getting more awareness of shopping around and the ability to maybe buy a vehicle that has a lower insurance rate. Most of us don't even think about that. And there's a lot of things that with the right education, people can really increase their savings. And we have some data from an Office of Financial Empowerment out of Denver. So the city of Denver already has an office, and Barbara might give you some data on the actual results that they've had after just a couple of years of operation. So I'm going to pass it back to Barbara, and then we'll have some conversation.
Yeah, so thank you, John. And we've talked a lot about kind of the details, right? And I think you've got a picture of the issues that we're trying to address. The Denver Office of Financial Empowerment has really seriously helped people reduce consumer debt to the tune of about $6 million to get debt off people's back. And I think that, if nothing else, that's one of the biggest issues going. They've also helped savings increase to the tune of about $1 million. And more than that, day to day, they've helped people really with tax preparation, right? With planning, with figuring out their story through financial counseling and one-on-one. They've also really hooked them in through an initiative called Bank On to safe and affordable bank products. And those good banks, credit unions, and CDFIs, Community Development Financial Institutions, that are there and really on people's sides. They've improved credit scores at an average of 49 points. They've boosted them. And they've helped hundreds of families avoid foreclosure and eviction. And so these are really good and strong, tangible results. I want to, Denver Office of Financial Empowerment is easy to imagine. You've got an Office of Financial Empowerment here. When we're talking about at a statewide level, I think it would be helpful to envision it a little bit more as a network of community efforts, right, that are networked into the state. And the state itself, what its power really lies is their ability to coordinate, to really aggregate and to coordinate the resources and services and the best practices and the tools and resources that reside across the state. And of course, the way we're doing this online right now, there's an easy way to tap into those resources. We're also working on a really neat initiative around revolving low-cost loan fund that we're trying to create at a statewide level to give people access to small loans so that they don't have to go to predatory lenders for this and that have all their difficulties. And finally, I think we may not have mentioned this time that the idea behind the office is that it's going to sit and be housed in the Attorney General's office. And that's really important for these consumer protections, right? Because they can be brought up to a statewide level. And also, it was interesting, the GoFundMe example that I gave you, the same exact thing had occurred in Commerce City. And I knew of it inside the Latino community, very similar scam. And I've known about it because we are networked into this, so we can begin to see what's happening right around the state and get proactive ahead of it. Same thing with big issues that John deals with, particularly around mobile home parks. And other housing issues and affordable housing issues that we see right around the state. And as we talk to our colleagues around the state, we can see that they're working toward very similar issues. So how can we structurally address these types of issues? Thus far, right, well-resourced programs like that in Denver only reside in cities like Denver, San Francisco, New York, and others. What we now have is an opportunity in Pitkin County for our residents to tap into the same expertise, including this financial coaching, right? Even though it's bigger than financial coaching, that's just one piece that's available. But it's very, very interesting. For the first time, we have an opportunity to do this through the statewide financial office of empowerment. And that could, do all the nice things that we've been talking about so far. We've been working really closely with the CFE Fund for the past couple of years. CFE stands for Cities for Financial Empowerment. They provide structured services and grants to cities with a population of 70,000 or more. This includes startup grants and support and so forth. They have agreed that they would provide that same level of service in our region if we're able to combine to equal 70,000. Interestingly, I originally thought it was 100,000. I think last time I spoke to you, Nan, it was 100 in my mind. But it's only 70. I say only 70 because that just means Pitkin County combining with maybe Eagle and maybe Garfield, because they're actually open to holding a workshop with us, Garfield County, which is kind of interesting. So that would be actually awesome. But what CFE has concretely decided, agreed to, no matter what, is that they agreed to host a free financial empowerment workshop in our region to work with Pitkin County to facilitate discussion and provide advice of how to go. Again, my dream, I think it would be absolutely awesome, if we can get this on a wider level, but nothing else. Nan's team, the key players are at the table, such as the library, right? Fantastic and important, resource and home probably to the Office of Financial Empowerment. Doesn't need to be, but could be, and it is in San Francisco, for example. And so it's really interesting. So no matter what, I think we've got this wonderful opportunity to advance this in Pitkin County and to leverage all the important and great efforts that are already underway to proactively improve the lives of our community members. So thank you for your time and for hearing this out. And Nan, I don't know if we missed anything in this conversation that you'd like to jump in and provide.
No, the last thing is, if the board is interested, there's a link to the letter of support, which is a web-based letter. So I think at this point we should open it up and see if you all have questions or thoughts or comments about this.
Okay, thank you. Greg first and then Steve, please.
Hi, thanks for the presentation. It's great to see it. I enjoyed reading it beforehand and hearing you go over it. So Denver already has an Office of Financial Empowerment, right? Is that what I understood from this? And
yes,
then
that's correct.
The talk is about expanding it to statewide. And so what my question would be, what local resources and personnel would be required in order to coordinate with that? That statewide office probably wouldn't be enough. We would need feet on the ground here and resources, and that's what I thought I heard you talking about. So is this going to be a budget item for us? And what are we looking at in terms of manpower and what's it going to take? I love the idea, and I think it certainly is worthy. I just want to know where we're headed with it.
Nan, do you want to jump in on that one first, or? Okay, so yes, well summed up and important, and that's why we're sitting here now, right? So I think that what I didn't say, it was in your note though, is that the bill passed, right? And at this point, it's still in committee, right? So and hasn't gone for appropriation. But even once it does go to appropriation, and the expectation is that it will get funded, it's still funded only at $270,000 or $80,000. Which will fund, I think, 2.2 full-time FTE at state level, which again allows for that kind of coordinating role, right? But not the financial counseling role. What the CFE guys talk about is always having someone. So CFE is like Cities for Financial Empowerment. And when they set up their Cities for Financial Empowerment, what they generally do, and I'm just looking for a note, they've started at all different kinds of levels, from $20,000 into something massive, right? Depending on where you're located. They do talk about providing startup costs that could defray the cost. Often the money can come from the general fund, from philanthropy, private philanthropy, and also from something they call a federal block grant, so the CSBG grant. They have a number of different means to get at that money. Part of what the statewide effort would do is help us get at that money, help us write all this stuff, pull this together, and figure it out, right? So they know how to pull these resources in. And the CFE fund is the technical advisor to the Colorado statewide Office of Financial Group. So they would work on that, right? And they would also work on it at our level, right, at a regional level, to figure this out as well. So I don't know if that's enough detail for right now. CFE has given me a ton more, but does that get the conversation? Does that answer your question, Greg?
Yeah, just wondering what the ask would be. That's all, just so we get an idea of where, what are we going to see in our line item? What requests would we see next year, for instance, to get this going?
Yeah, I guess the quick answer to that, and I've been a consultant for most of my career, is it depends, right? And I think we'd have to arrive at that in conversation, right? And figure out what's appropriate. So at the start of what I was saying earlier, there's such a range, right? So my biggest concern, though, and why I really am advocating really hard for this workshop and to get CFE in to talk to us, is to think, what is it really going to take? Because my fear is that we turn around and we say, yeah, let's get it in now, right? But how do we make it sustainable? And how do we make sure that this is something that can really last and grow? I don't have an answer for it, but I do know that I can get the right people around the table to work with you to figure that out.
Okay,
and
Steve.
I would just add, I think there's a piece of scale to that in our region. If we think regionally, maybe we need one FTE from Parachute to Aspen, but that's to be defined by the different entities that want to get engaged. And so Barbara and I are talking to the other counties, trying to keep them in the loop as this goes forward as well.
Steve, go ahead, please.
So in 2016, I'm on the Strategic Action Planning Group on Aging, and this is the report we filed in 2016 with the state legislature. I want to read one recommendation we made in 2016. It says, work with the governor's office to identify and create a statewide commission or entity with the authority and capacity to develop and support aggressive financial literacy programs relevant to Coloradans of all ages, locations, and circumstances. And the purpose for that was, we were a committee on aging, but to get people, the future generation, to have their finances in order before they become old is a critical part of it. The same would go for any people of any community of color or anything, to start teaching people when they're young and all the way through their adulthood, and helping them have this financial literacy before they get old and then end up not having enough money to support themselves. This report was done largely with help from the Bell Policy Center, and also one of my fellow committee members on it was Wade Buchanan, who was formerly the head of the Bell Policy Center. Now he's the head, I think, head policy advisor to Governor Polis. So Wade Buchanan would be a good person to work with. I wouldn't be at all surprised if he has a heavy hand in the writing of this bill. I strongly support the bill. Obviously, it's starting small. How to gain more funding for it, I'm uncertain, but perhaps the federal government's American, what's the name of the
Rescue Act?
Yeah, maybe some money from that could be directed into this to actually get more money into it right away, instead of starting with smaller, to be able to expand the program across more parts of the state more quickly. So I totally support this. If there's anything we can do, I don't know, I think we should contact our legislators and just say we support this, and urge it to find more money to expand the program more quickly than at a slower pace.
Thank you, Steve. Other questions for John and Barbara? Patty?
Yeah, I supported in pulling up the link for the letter of support. I would prefer that Pickens County, maybe with the help of Nan and John and Barbara, draft our own specific letter and send it in from the Board of County Commissioners. I think that would carry more weight moving forward with the state. So if we could do that, I would be very supportive of doing that.
Francie?
Yeah, I really support it also. Thank you so much for your presentation, Barbara and John. I'm wondering what it is that the state is actually providing. A little bit of money, it sounds like, is possibly available. And then an office in the Attorney General's office that is a consulting service, or, I mean, we would have our own link here, obviously, so people could walk in and actually talk to a human being, and someday. And then, but then the state office would be a consulting resource for us. I'm a little unsure of exactly what they're offering.
Yeah, it's a good question, actually. And thank you all, by the way. There's so much to say there, and Steve, wow, I wish I said it as well as you did in your report. So we're working very closely with Scott Wasserman, who's running the Bell at this point, right? So and Scott talks of weight quite frequently. So I'd love to know if he, you know, what role he played in drafting this. Yeah, Francie, and I guess, Kelly, just one thing. Yes, I think that's a great idea, and we'd love to help you draft a note coming from Pickens County. Absolutely. Yeah, Francie, I think it's a really important point. I think that the key thing that that is done at the statewide level is really coordinating the resources and services and being there, right, that they get the full weight of the CFE that's helped the New York and all the other, you know, San Francisco, Detroit, and other offices in Denver, bring these real programs to light. So right into the office is going to be a whole lot of expertise that resides there on best practices, on train the trainer, so that the programs are structured and very real. I think that's the biggest thing that they are. Their secret sauce is really the coordination of resources and services, being able to identify services, being able to identify grants and money to, you know, get these programs off the ground and to sustain them, and to have the tools and where to go in a state, you know, so that coordinator role is number one. Number two, as I said, is the technical assistance that comes from the CFE. And the third bit is really the consumer protection elements of this that we could bring to bear, and the kind of ways that you can raise some issues that you're seeing across the state, not just that deal with deeper issues such as the one, you know, I keep raising now is the affordable housing, that can raise things to another level. So I think those are the main pieces, but you're right. We do need to have the resources, you know, here on the ground as well.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, Greg, and then I have a question. I do want to move us along. Greg, go ahead.
Okay, sure. Just briefly, I guess the question I have is regarding the state. They've got a $280,000 budget, and it sounds like some huge ambitions. And I'm just wondering how they compare to what other states have done budget-wise. And is this a realistic beginning for them? Because I get the impression that they may be underfunded. And it looks like a great project, but it's probably going to take more than what they've budgeted so far to really make this thing happen. So is there an expectation that the budget will increase over time?
Well, first of all, we are first in the whole, so there's nothing to compare it to. Colorado is number one. We're the first one that's ever to try to coordinate and create a statewide Office of Financial Empowerment. And I think it's really important, by the way, you know, again, coming, and I've been pushing them really hard on this, you know. statewide doesn't mean Denver expanded, right? What does it mean for rural Colorado to have its voice, and what does it really mean? So I don't know. I don't think there's an expectation to raise that budget, at least not in the next few years, right? I think the idea, though, is how can we leverage what the state is doing in our regional areas, right? How can we seed our regional areas and the state plays that coordinator role? So I don't know that they're trying to make it more centralized. It's kind of a network, right? I keep asking them, like, why do we have to use the word office, right? It's a network. And so I don't think that they're trying to make the center heavier. I think that, and maybe it'll expand over time. That's not the dream. The dream is how do we make sure that the different parts of the state are plugged in? We are the model. So we're kind of forging this across the country, which I think is just absolutely awesome, right? It's interesting. So
I'll jump in because my question's related to what you're talking about, Barbara. And I guess I'm wondering, will our current case management structures be the place that absorbs some of this coordination? Like, is that part of what's envisioned?
I think that in my head, yes. I don't know if that's the vision that others share or that what we'll reach. So so when you hear from me, yeah. But I think we'll have to. We're part. I guess what the excitement you're hearing in my voice here is we're part of shaping it, right? And so if that's what we want to see and how it plays out, it'll be different. Right.
And Nan, I just want to sort of get your thoughts on that question related to, our current case management structures. Do you see this as another way, another resource to tie people into to help solve some of their needs?
I think that we have a really good start with our current case management system. I would say that from what Barbara and John are sharing, we need another level of coordination. We need to bring the libraries in. We need to bring the colleges in. We need to bring businesses in. And I would say that some of our nonprofits are tired and they've stretched beyond their mission in providing direct financial relief. This conversation is so much bigger than that. This is about a bigger fix. This is about equity. This is about inclusion and diversity. And so I see the possibility that Barbara and John are talking about as being like the next frontier for us is really about work and managing your finances in order to survive successfully and thrive in a resort economy.
Okay. All right, thank you. So we have some direction from the board to submit an individual letter to the legislature on this. And I guess as the chair, I'll coordinate Nan with you and Barbara and John to figure out what that is. And before we sign off, I want you all to know Pickens County has supported some related legislation. I think you'll be glad to hear. 1054, which allows undocumented residents to access housing funding. There's a parallel bill, I forget what the number is, but would broaden that to additional government assistance. And then also, a more narrow bill related to a pilot program on credit reporting. So it would allow willing landlords to report credit for tenants to credit agencies, so that as tenants are making their payments over time, that good credit gets reported and helps them build a credit report and history over time. And that's envisioned as a pilot program right now, but we've supported those publicly. So thank you, and we look forward to hearing more, and we appreciate all you do.
Likewise, thank you so much for the time today.
yes, thank you.
you.
Great.
Bye.
Bye, thank you. All right, so John's COVID update, we've cut into his time, so hopefully it's all good news and short.
Short good news.
Yeah.
Well, good news. I did have quite a bit to share with you, but I can get through it.
I can't wait to see that, John.
All right, looks like my screen's up. All right. So today, just wanted to, as we typically do, go over the metrics overview and dial movement. Also want to make sure that the board and public are aware of a post-COVID program that's been started through AVH. I want to spend a little bit more time than we have on vaccines and just our estimates, and I'm going to keep stressing the word estimates of where we sit today. We're starting to get some of our first quarter economic indicators in. Wanted to go over those, review the decisions that were made at the Board of Health, and then questions and discussion. So, real quickly, good news, our incidents or case counts keep dropping and headed in the right direction. This is I'm gonna have a few busy slides for you today. This just shows our trend in terms of 7 and 14-day case counts, going all the way back to March of last year. So you can kind of see where we are sitting right now in the whole trajectory of the pandemic. More current data is the 7-day case counts. We have been in the yellow for the past few days. Those case counts have dropped into blue levels, and per Board of Health direction to basically stick with the state dial through May 27th. If we stay in those blue level incidence rates for 7 days, the county's level will move to those blue level restrictions. So as I'll reference when we talk a little bit more about the Board of Health meeting, this is what we anticipated would happen as we started to hit off season and less kind of travel and activity in the community, that we'd start to see our case counts go down, and they are. And that's also in combination with increased vaccination rates, which we'll talk about also. Similarly, our positivity rates have also been decreasing, as has our testing volume. We still have a fairly high testing volume, 950 tests over the previous 7 days. Just note our cumulative tests are now just went over 40,000 since March 20th. Our positivity rate has dropped to 2.4%. That's lower than our cumulative rate since last March, and similar positivity rate for children. So we know that spiked a while back, and our test turnaround time is about 1.2 days. Right now. So all that is to say that our testing data is also headed in the right direction. AVH status, this is a matrix that AVH updates from time to time as necessary. They're really measuring 3 criteria, and that's the number of essential healthcare workers that are out with COVID-like symptoms, average daily visits to the ET, respiratory evaluation center, or their community testing site, and then inpatient hospitalizations. All of those are in green, so that continues to look good too. So we're really coming on the tail end of that March or post-spring break spike that we saw in an earlier slide, and things continue to look good, and we hope will continue to head in this direction. Similar story towards that third week in March. We're seeing a real increase in the number of variants that were being detected. That's following a similar trajectory, although variants are remaining a concerningly high percentage of the number of cases that we're detecting in Pickens County. We will continue to watch these and the research about how they affect transmissibility and also health, and the effectiveness of the vaccines against them. But we are continuing to sequence, and these have been headed in the right direction also. For the public watching, AVH has launched I guess a set of programs, or maybe it's one program with different offerings around those who are either experiencing long-term post-COVID impacts and needs, and or who would benefit from a support group from those who have survived COVID or been deeply affected by it. These are modeled on some other programs that have launched in the state and the nation, and really applaud AVH for taking a leadership role in this. For those who are interested, more information is available on AVH's website. Vaccines. So we are, as you know, in phase 2. We're going to talk, next few slides are about vaccines. Last Friday, we gave just over, we gave 1,170 Pfizer second doses and 150 Pfizer first doses. Those first doses were reserved for 16 and 17-year-olds, as Pfizer is the only vaccine that age group that became eligible can get. This week we have a total of 1,970 doses. That includes 1,170 Pfizer second doses, 400 Moderna first doses, and 400 Moderna second doses. As of this morning, we did still have slots available for those Moderna first doses, so encourage people to get registered. At previous meetings, the board has asked, so we keep getting these updates of what happened the previous week and what's going to happen this week, but where do we stand? And we've always hedged a little bit because of the lag in state data and multiple sources that we didn't have access to. But we have pulled together and are currently in the process of auditing these numbers with our partners. So I just want to be very clear that these are estimates. We think they're good estimates, otherwise we wouldn't be putting them out, but there are probably going to be some adjustments as we reconcile different data sources. Right now, the state data, which accumulates slower as they're going through their data entry process and reporting process, is lagging our local data by just over 10,000 doses, which is really significant. And that's what's reported on our website. We pull directly from the state system. Based on our local data, we show that we've administered 23,600 doses in Pickens County after this week's clinic. So that's not doses in arms, that's doses that we will be getting in arms this week. That's made up of estimate 18,116 vaccines delivered at our mass vaccination site, which was stood up for really phase 1B through phase 2 of the state priority system. It includes just over 2,600 doses delivered by AVH and Community Health Services during phase 1A. So that was medical providers, first responders, and such that are getting vaccinated back in December and January. Mountain Family Health in Basalt has also distributed 1,656 vaccines that are on our records. And then local pharmacies have started picking up and delivering, locally. That includes City Market and Clark's, and they've delivered just over 1,200 vaccines. We know that in Pickens County, we've delivered 3,000 single-dose vaccines, which leaves about 20,600 two-dose vaccines. And based on the numbers at our mass vaccination clinic, so these are estimates also, 57% of vaccinations have gone to residents of Pickens County, and 43% have gone to non-residents. So that may be workforce coming up from Garfield or Eagle or other parts of the state, or part-time residents of the community. All of that put together, we're estimating that in Pickens County, we're just around 50% of the eligible population that has been vaccinated at this point. State data, and this is probably lagging a little bit too, shows that Pickens County residents, 4,579 doses have been delivered to Pickens County residents in locations outside of Pickens County. So that might be folks going to Eagle County, or going down to Valley View or Mesa County, or Front Range opportunities. With those numbers included, our vaccination rate is probably closer to 57% right now. Really, the threshold, the minimum threshold that's generally established for herd immunity, which is really the goal. How do we start to really box the virus in with folks who either are not going to have serious health impacts from it, or not spread it, is 70%. So we're really getting there. And I will note that these percentages do include additional population as estimated for second homes or temporary residents. So it's more around right now counted against a 28 to 30,000 population, not necessarily the workforce included in there. So that's good news. I think because we've had such success, especially with the mass vaccination site, we've started to reach that phase where not as many people are coming all at once, and we need to transition our strategy to get this last group vaccinated. So as the board's aware, and hopefully the public has become aware, we will be halting our weekly mass vaccination sites. Our last one will be this Thursday. We'll be doing that from 8 to 4, and then we'll be demobilizing that site from the Benedict Music Tent. It's really been an impressive community effort, and one we need to celebrate, that's gotten over 18,000 doses out in a relatively short period of time. With the mass clinic closing down and about 400 first doses going out, we will be scheduling alternate locations for people to receive their second doses. no worries there. This is a transition. This does not mean that vaccine will not be distributed in Pickens County, but it's a shift in strategy away from the mass vaccination clinics because we don't have those large numbers of demand anymore, but shifting to models that provide for more consistency and predictability. So being able to schedule well in advance at a pharmacy or another provider or such, we think will help to get some of the population that just wasn't able maybe to respond as quickly as a few days to register for the vaccine. We also, we have the vaccine finder on our website, so folks can go and find locations. Vaccines are going to continue to be available consistently week to week in Pickens County. It's also important to note that we have retained the ability to stand up a mass site quickly. We had actually planned to stand one up at Buttermilk when we had to be out of the Benedict music tent. We're not seeing the demand for that. However, if we see an opportunity where that demand is increasing, which could be seasonally or such, we'll either stand up a mass clinic and or work with large employers at sites to stand up clinics to meet those demands. In the meantime, public health staff is working with our partners in community health services and AVH and the pharmacies to figure out how to be more mobile and nimble in getting vaccines out to the community. I just want to close this slide with a huge thank you. And this mass vaccination site, the fact that we're standing it down, the fact that we've been able to achieve what we have, I think earlier than a lot of us expected, even though we're not there. We still have to bring this thing over the finish line. But we really need to celebrate. This was a real community partnership, and I think a real win during these challenging times. This really could not have happened without so many community players at the table. Aspen Valley Hospital and Community Health Services were really key providers in making this happen. The Pickens County Incident Management Team with Phyllis as incident commander on this was really key to what were really challenging logistics. Our municipal partners all showed up with staff and support. Our districts, the Roaring Fork Fire District, Aspen Fire Protection District, Ambulance District, all showed up, as did a bunch of community volunteers. We had a pretty consistent running list of anywhere from 250 to 300 people who are available to volunteer. We typically had over 70 volunteers a day to operate each day of that mass vaccination clinic. So we're going to be doing a bunch of thank yous over the next week, but I just wanted to start with that recognition. I'm going to pause there because there might be some questions on vaccines.
All right, any questions for John on what we've seen so far? Greg?
Yeah, great. Thanks, John. It's great to see this, and it's great to see how successful the Vax clinics were. It's the most fun I had all of winter, and that even includes some of the best skiing I've had in a long time. So it was so much fun to be there and participate in that and help out in the small way that I did with volunteering for it. I guess the question is, have we been able to identify ways to get the vaccine to the underserved, the ones that aren't signing up or showing up? It seems like we still have a way to go. The next 20% to get to 70%, saturation of vaccination in the community is going to be tougher, as I think everyone anticipates. And I'm wondering if there are plans underway to figure out how to get these vaccinations to underserved and harder to reach people. And I did have a conversation with the interim director of Lift Up, because he is revitalizing Lift Up to great effect already. And we did talk about the possibility of maybe combining vax clinics with food pantry operations or food pickup operations, or ways to reach out to people. And that may not be a good idea, but it was part of an interesting conversation. How are we going to reach these people? That was my question on this slide. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. And actually, yes, that exact idea has been discussed as well as many others. I know this week, along with our public health staff, we'll be engaging in discussions with sector groups through ACRA. So Patty, you may or may not be aware of that. Now you are. Yeah, and the vaccination is going to be a big ask with the groups. Like, if we want to be able to stay open, how can you help us reach your employees? Similarly, Greg, I think we've had good success. We've had bilingual and bicultural support on our hotline, and we think that has really helped with outreach with our Latinx community. We have another communications campaign that's being initiated targeting our Latinx community and Spanish-speaking community to make sure that they are aware and taking advantage of the opportunities to get vaccinated. We'll be looking to coordinate with employers, whether that means standing up a mass site. It may look different than what we've done now, but as we're bringing employees and such in for the summer, and how we can work with employers to incentivize that happening. So there's a lot of conversation going on around messaging, and a lot of conversation about, just like you suggested, how do we become mobile to go out to make it easier for these vulnerable populations. Food bank was a great example of one of those ideas.
So Steve had his hand up, and then Francie.
So John, I'm curious about how many doses of vaccine are in one vial. If we're doing smaller numbers of people, it looks like there's probably more chance that some of the vaccine will go to waste, that there just won't be enough people to show up to get their shot once the vial is thawed out and opened up.
Yeah, so Steve, what I can tell you is that there are differences between the brands. So it's different for Pfizer, different for Moderna, and different for Johnson & Johnson. And there's also a difference in how quickly you need to use the vaccine once the vial is punctured or opened. I can't remember the details on each one, so I'm not the one to answer that. What we have heard, and it hasn't happened yet though, is that the vaccine makers are now looking at repackaging the vials in anticipation of just what's happening here. The mass sites maybe not being in as much demand and going to smaller kind of provider sites. And so we're still waiting to see information on that. I am very proud to say that I think everyone has reported no wasted doses. Certainly of the 18,000+ we did in the mass vaccination clinic, there were no wasted doses. And that will remain a goal. But you're right, Steve, that as the numbers get smaller, and if it gets stretched out longer, if those vaccines aren't repackaged, you may have some doses that do not go to the proper use. But we're doing everything we can. as our partners to ensure that doesn't happen.
I have to pop out real quick to testify on a housing bill, so I'm going to turn the meeting over to Patty.
Okay, you guys are in for it now. So, John, continue, please.
Yeah, and I think Francie
I
maybe
ask my
was next,
question?
had her hand up.
Yeah, Francie, go ahead, please.
Yeah, a couple of things. One way that I've done at Fat Belly to help with the employees go get vaccinated is to pay them for the time that they're gone going to get vaccinated, so they don't lose those hours. I do have one employee who has another job as well as the job at Fat Belly, and he just can't seem to find the time to go, even though I keep telling him to get somebody to cover for him. But anyway, so that's one thing to suggest to your employers, to make sure that they have coverage for the time they're gone, but that they get paid for it. And then I had a question on the 16 and 17-year-olds. Are those doses going to be administered just this Thursday?
So it was actually last Thursday, so they already happened. They were first doses.
Okay.
And, you know, really encourage folks to look at the other providers for Pfizer doses right now to get those 16 and 17-year-olds. But 150 was actually a fairly good chunk targeted at our school-aged kids.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
Any other questions for John on vaccines? Greg,
Yeah,
please.
I do have one quick one. Was that Steve or me?
No, that's Greg, you.
Greg, okay, that's me.
Your name's
I got a
Greg.
question. Do we have any idea when the age limit may get lowered next for, below 16?
Yeah, so Greg, we know that multiple companies are in clinical trials, but I do not believe we've had any indication yet of when that might be. And obviously, we'll be hoping for the summer to be ahead of the next coming school year, and that would probably be an opportunity, if that's the case, for us to stand up a mass clinic again to get those taken care of.
Thanks. I'm going to tag on to that. Have we heard anything more about Johnson & Johnson?
We haven't heard anything more. I do have, just the basics here in case we got asked that question. So as we know, it was really, I would say, out of an abundance of caution that the Johnson & Johnson vaccine was pulled. It was pulled after 6.8 million doses were given as of April 12th. There were 6 cases of a rare and severe type of blood clot in individuals after receiving the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. The advisory committee was convened, I believe, last week, so I have not seen a result from that. I suspect they'll be looking at, are these incidents out of line with normal population? Is there a causal link? And make a recommendation for the vaccine being offered again or not. They did recommend a pause, and Colorado did take that recommendation, and so there was a pause. But at this point, the Johnson & Johnson was a fairly small percentage. So of all the doses that have been given in Pickens County is about 3,000 of the 23,600 or so that were
And I think they're still looking at the age group 18 to 48 with some extenuating circumstances, possibly birth control pills, smoking, etc., that might contribute to that.
Yeah, I suspect this is fairly complicated, and as I work through it, we'll certainly bring that information
Great,
back.
thank you. Okay, John, what else you got for us?
All right, just wanted to, we were getting some of our first quarter indicators in. I know we're running out of time, so I'll go through these very quickly. You can see we've started the year with a pretty consistent 6.4% unemployment rate. We're anticipating this may drop a little bit in March, as March was a little busier. Still shocking to see what happened, right, last year as we had the shutdowns. So we're not obviously back to 2019 levels, but we're going to be going into March in a much better place. Sales tax, this is always interesting to look at because it's very elastic to what's happening in the economy. January, we were down about 16%, which is actually a little bit better than we were thinking. It might be partly because January of 2020 was just so high. You can see what the increase was over 2019. What's interesting is you can see that in February, we started to align more with 2019 numbers. And we're anticipating March is going to go up, and if I were to take a bet, it's going to be slightly above that 2019 number, but we'll see where it actually comes out. Some of the reason that we're seeing that, there are some other indicators around activity. We can see influent flow for wastewater. Gives you an idea how many people are here. There's some consistency to that. We can start to see that is trending. It'll be interesting to see how well we match up to 2019 going into April. Similarly, State Highway 82 average monthly, the daily trips at Old Snowmass, and see we're starting to align very, very closely. So that's mostly going to be our employees, construction workers. It's a indication of activity, so we'll be watching this. This obviously dropped off significantly when things closed down last year. We're starting to align.
I have a question about a couple of slides before, John.
Yeah, go ahead, Francie.
Do the sales include online sales?
Yeah, so they do, and that did start with 2019, so we do have some apples to apples comparison there. March 2020 in particular, I think got a boost from online sales, and it also includes construction materials that are bought outside the county, which used to just be collected through use tax. So absolutely, this may or may not be a measure of how folks are doing locally. Our sector by sector breakdowns through Department of Revenue that collects our taxes aren't terribly detailed on that front.
Okay, any other questions for John on these last three? Okay, go ahead, John.
Okay. I had to throw at least one more really busy slide in here for you, but just wanted to give you some indication. This is more traditional lodging occupancy for January to start the year, obviously way down. We have a little bit more current data on short-term rentals, booked room nights. You can start to see, similar to what was happening with our hotels, way down, but you can see what happened in February, and we'll be watching March quickly, or we'll be watching March closely. I think we may see similar trends with lodging. Interestingly, commercial airline passengers departing ASE, similar, way down, but you see that February to March. That's part of the reason I think we're going to see these March numbers continuing to to go up for both of these. You can see a lot more activity, commercial activity starting to ramp up at the airport and heading towards those 2019 numbers. Interestingly, general aviation stayed up. It was the number of operations were higher in 2021 than both 2019 and 2020. So that has stayed very consistent. Not a lot of impact there. So I guess before I go and debrief Board of Health meeting, we have a much more comprehensive set. This data is all available on our website. We update it monthly on the 15th. So these are just some screenshots from a more comprehensive set. So if any of this is kind of interesting and tracking these trends, all of this is available. We update it once a month just to kind of track where we're headed and you know, internally use it for budgeting purposes and externally what we think the demands in the community are going to be.
So Kelly, I have a question.
Yes.
John, how do we get short-term rental? I mean, we've had it for 2 years now, and we're going in year 3.
Yeah, we have contracted with a group whose name I've completely forgotten.
That's okay.
Gabe Preston has been compiling the data for us. And we've been doing this now. We really started contracting for the data with the airport project and have continued with it. McKelly, do you know the name of the group? Do you remember? No, the short-term rental group that we were working with. Muni Revs, thank you. It's, I don't know if that helps you.
Muni what? Interesting.
As in like muni revenues, I think.
Yeah, Muni Revs, I like that. Because that information will be helpful, I think, in our broader discussion about short-term rentals. I mean, I really didn't know we had it going back to 2019.
Yeah, we've been tracking it as part of our airport project to try and get a sense of what's really happening with growth.
Yeah, it's good to know. Thank you.
Anything else before I wrap up here? So, again, this is probably old news, but since we didn't get a chance to cover it, last Board of Health meeting, basically the decision was made to stick with the state dial through May 27th. Eagle County and Summit County are also sticking with the state dial through local public health orders. I don't know about if other counties had done that also, but I do know we did get some consistency there on the mountain corridor. What we're really looking forward to, though, is what happens after the 27th. Our expectation hope is that we're going to continue to see a significant drop in our incidence rates and infection rates, and continue to see the number of fully vaccinated people in our community increase. You know, so we get to set a new baseline with some population protections in place. And so, you know, it's really our goal to try and move away from capacity limits and such, and really focus on other protective measures post May 27th. You know, really looking at that Memorial Day weekend as hopefully an opportunity that we've reached that critical mass. So we really need our business community and our community to engage in getting vaccinated to get there. But hopefully going to public health orders that require protective measures like masking and safety plans, support for our case investigation and contact tracing, symptom screening, but hopefully moving away from the capacity limits that have been, frankly, a challenge for the community and a challenge for us to enforce. Again, it's really, really going to be important that we reach some critical threshold, 70% or better, of vaccinations to really protect our ability to do that. So next Board of Health meeting is really going to be focused on a discussion of that next round of protective measures and options for the summer, and how we'll measure success going forward. With that anticipation, we are looking at the next phase of building reopening. By June 1st, some departments may want to go a little bit quicker than that, and we'll have those discussions. But it will have to be in alignment with our dial level restrictions. But really looking to bring back not necessarily 100% capacities, but start to bring back more in-person options for providing services and working in county facilities. That planning is going on right now, so we'll be updating the board on that. And that's all I had for you.
Okay, Francie, Patty, then Greg.
So I did see an article in the paper about the Jazz Festival, and Aspen Snowmass Jazz, whatever it's called now. I always call it Janus Jazz, but, and it said that they're planning their events and that they heard in the industry that concerts are going to be fully attended and so forth. So I'm wondering, are event planners planning for big open events this summer?
Well, Francie, it's at some risk. I think we're setting a goal that we'll be able to move away from these capacity restrictions by controlling the spread of the disease. And if that's the case, then yeah, we think that some of these events will be able to operate at fairly high capacities. We're still awaiting the specific guidance from the state on that. And we're also looking at, at what point can we reduce those or eliminate those capacity limits, so social distancing requirements or capacity caps even on indoor venues to test the efficacy of the vaccine. We always have to caveat. We still have the goal of protecting our medical system and the public from serious illness. And so that's why it's so important that we continue to get vaccinated in the community to provide those protections and hopefully prevent the spread and proliferation of variants that may become a problem in the future. But our goal is to try and get back to more full capacities and with other protective measures to protect against serious illness.
Okay, thanks, John.
Okay, Patty, and then Greg?
Yeah, John, I don't know if this applies to us, but did you see the CCI request for public health orders for the statewide map?
Yeah, I think
Did we respond to that? Okay, so I just didn't delete it before I asked. So I can delete it now?
Yes.
Thank you.
Greg?
One more thing.
Yeah, great. Thanks, John. It's great. It's good to hear things seem to be going the right direction right now, and let's hope they continue to. The question I had was, I'm glad to hear Summit and Eagle are in coordination with us. I guess the big question is if the lower part of the Roaring Fork Valley isn't coordinating with us, how are we going to navigate that and try to create an equitable situation for workers and visitors and locals? That's I don't expect an answer. It's just a question that's swirling around in my head. But I guess what do we intend to do if we don't have a real cooperation or coordination with Garfield, I guess is the elephant in the room. So I'd love to ask that question. And then also, I know we received a letter from several of the arts groups about their events, like Jazz Aspen, as Francie brought up, Music Festival, Music Associates of Aspen, Theater Aspen, and then the Aspen Institute all wrote a letter to Public Health and to many of us. And I'm just wondering, have they received an acknowledgement of the receipt or a response yet? And will there be a meeting soon, I hope, to start giving them an idea of where event safety plans will be going this summer? It occurs to me they would be great allies. If we can get them to reach out to all of their patrons and tell them, listen, we need to get to 70% vaccination rate in our community here, folks. If you want to have a normal-ish summer, maybe they can ally with us and help incentivize people to get vaccinated. Just a thought.
Yeah, so we are having those sector meetings later this week, Greg, Thursday and Friday. ACRA's been working to set those up. And, you know, we're working through these recommendations. And so, you know, we're definitely having those discussions. I think there are a lot of good ideas about even self-regulation and guidelines. I think one of the things that's going to happen on this next tourist season as communities open up more is there's also going to be a market advantage to those who maybe are providing some safety measures or protective measures even beyond what's required. And so so yes, our public health staff is looking at those and how they get incorporated into event safety plan kind of opportunities versus maybe public health requirements or capacity limits.
Right. Yeah, and the communication lines are open. I assume the events people have been contacted, or they know they'll get a reply soon.
Yeah, it is, as you know, Greg, it's a very fluid, so it's an ongoing conversation with them. Yeah.
Other questions? Steve, go ahead.
So, John, with the state quitting to using their dial system, but we're going to continue using it. I don't know what their cutoff date when they are actually going to quit using their dial, but presuming that we're still using it and the state is not, is it our decision then the changes between the different levels based on the criteria, or is the state still involved in helping make those decisions?
So the last day for the state dial full day was April 15th. So April 16th, we are on our own local public health order. And so, Steve, we'd because we've chosen, the state has maintained the dial, they just have made it voluntary. So we will be tracking the dial data, which is some of the data that we talked about earlier in the presentation, and moving through on the same process that the state was using. So the 7 days of data, day of notification, and then movement on the dial level. So if I recall correctly, I think we're in 4 days right now in the blue. So if we get 3 more days consecutively in the blue level incidence rate, we would basically issue a notice that we'll be moving to blue and then moving at, I think, 6 a.m. that next day.
John, I have a question. I thought our contract with the state for testing ended in March, and I'm wondering if that is the case and what we're doing to plan for continued test offerings here.
Yeah, so actually indications now are that they are going to continue the testing, and so The contracts are actually directly with the providers. So in our case, Microgen and the state also has Binax now. And in fact, they've introduced another test, and I cannot remember the name, but I know our staff has been working. So we're anticipating that funding to continue through the summer. Okay. Now, as we get into fall and winter, that may come back to us. The board did appropriate some funding that we still have, and we may need to use at that point.
Okay.
But testings, again, continue to be an important strategy until we've really, really contained this nationally, possibly internationally. And I do think we're a couple years off from that.
And I would just say, I know there continue to be CARES Act funding that they de-obligate in small bunches week to week. So I'm not sure if our contract has closed out, but if it hasn't, I would recommend Ann reach out to DOLA to continue requesting any trickling funds that can help reimburse our costs.
Yeah, so we've been submitting reimbursements in chunks instead of doing it all at once and letting portions get hung up. And so Ann has been doing that, so we haven't gone through our whole allocation yet, but we will certainly track if there's opportunities and there's additional funding.
Good. Okay. All right, other questions for Nancy?
Yeah, I have a question about masks, because the only time you've mentioned them is to say that they're going to be required. And what if we are in the blue and we continue to stay in the blue and the state goes off of mask mandates and Biden doesn't say anything besides, public travel and military bases and stuff like that? Are we going to continue to have a mask mandate? That seems to be what I'm hearing.
I would anticipate, well, I look better with a mask on, Francie, so I'm all for it. But
not true, John.
But I would anticipate certainly through the summer, and I think we'll be reevaluating everything again post-summer in terms of protective measures and where we need to be. But I would anticipate indoor masking requirements to stay in place, especially if distancing requirements are going away and incrementally removing them. I do think at some point, though, all of these things are getting required through a public health order are going to need to revert back to advice and best practice. I just think we're probably not there yet this summer, but maybe in the fall or winter, depending on where the data's at.
Okay.
All right. Others? Okay, thank you, John.
All right, thank you.
Let's move.
Shelley,
Yes,
can I
Greg.
just point out that the masking has had such a beneficial side effect that I can anticipate that masks are going to be kind of part of life off and on to some extent. If we've eradicated the common cold and the flu, maybe masks are worth it. And it'll be interesting to see how that gets unpacked. But I think the masking and the social distancing might just become more commonplace, and it may actually end up creating a healthier population. And it hurts to say it because I get so sick of wearing them, but they really seem to work.
All right, we're moving
I'd
on.
rather have a cold than wear a mask.
Let's move on to future agendas. John Peacock?
Yeah, just have a few items for you. One, Atlantic Aviation will be making an announcement on Thursday at 11 a.m. You all should have received an invite to that through Charlotte.
I didn't see anything come through.
Okay, well, if not, it
thought it came
will
through
be, we did notice it on the agenda in case more than two board members want to go. And we
will
will
not
leave
be
it to
going.
Atlantic Aviation to describe the nature of that announcement.
Hey, John, if you have more, I just saw we all got an invite, I think, from Basalt Vista and Gail Schwartz regarding the Earth Day Habitat for Humanity Basalt Vista open house at 10 a.m. this coming Thursday. And so I'm not sure who all would want to go to that, but that's an opportunity there as well, and maybe that has to be noticed.
Sure.
I've already signed up for that.
It's actually starting at
I-
9 o'clock to 10 and then 10 to 10:30.
Yeah.
I will be stopping by since I sit on their board, but I have to be in Glenwood by 10, so I'm just gonna swing through first thing in the morning.
So on Atlantic, I'll see if I can get some more details and maybe share with you offline.
Can you forward that to me? I didn't see it, Patty, please, thanks.
Yeah, I didn't see it come through. And
Okay.
Gail's just came through
Steve.
this afternoon.
Well, I'll be at Basalt Vista. I'm doing the tour at 9:30 to 9:40 is theoretically when my tour is, but then I'll be there for the 10 o'clock presentation.
Yeah, my tour is at 9:45, and then I'll be there for the presentation.
And I'll be there before the two of them and gone. So I don't think any three of us will be there at the same time.
Okay.
Greg?
So yeah, I may be going to Basalt Vista on Thursday. I'm not certain yet, schedule depending. On Friday afternoon, I'm going to be testifying on behalf of CC4CA, and I'm not sure if the testimony is still open regarding the greenhouse gas legislation. I don't know if anyone else is participating in that. I just thought I'd announce it to make sure people know about it. And
Why
I
don't
can
we,
provide details.
Why don't we revisit that during our board reports a little bit later? That's okay.
Sure.
Okay, other future agenda items, John?
I would just note for you, and of course I just went away from it, Citizen Board wrap up. We're going to have some schedule challenges here to work through. We do have 3 interviews that we had to cancel last week scheduled for next Tuesday. Another interview on May 4th. And then our anticipation, but Patty, I think you're going to be out, and so I'm wondering if there's some way we could maybe get written input or some ideas from you on the candidates. We're hoping to do an overview of the applicants and have the board give direction on appointments for a resolution on May 12th. That'd be ahead of the next Board of Health meeting, which would be good to have our new board.
Which is May
seated for.
13th.
Exactly.
I don't see anything on the 4th for candidate interview. I just see the renewals and discussion.
Yeah, I think Charlotte has here, so she must be in the process of scheduling it
Okay.
for the 4th. It may not be showing
Like
up
I said,
on the-
I will try and either call or watch in on that day. Tuesday's kind of a crazy day for where I'll be, but, yeah, so we'll have to figure something out. And I do have a question, though. Did we ever figure out with Board of Health, the board makeup? Remember we were asking if we could have more than one alternate for the non-elected positions?
And I do not have that answer for you.
Okay, if you
yet,
could
but
get
we
me that.
will.
Because we were just looking at because we have some great candidates and we really only have one seat. That's not a reappointment, so, yeah. Okay.
That's all I have on future agendas.
Okay, other future agenda comments? Steve?
And I just have to push my space bar. I can't find my mouse. I've been on again, off again, on again, off again on whether I'm going to be here on Wednesday. So because the ski company Pandora expansion is going to be continued, I made the decision to not be here at Wednesday's meeting. we are going to be hiking and camping in Canyonlands, and I won't be within range. I won't be any place I can get to a computer where I can have connection with you. Otherwise, I would be on, the computer from Utah somewhere. But anyhow, I will miss Tuesday and Wednesday this next week.
Okay, thanks for letting us know, Steve. Enjoy. I do want to bring up, since we canceled last Tuesday and we were exhausted last Wednesday, I wanted to revisit the draft resolutions that I forwarded to you all for consideration for 30 by 30 and the oil and gas leasing pause on federal lands. The intent was to have them for next Wednesday, but we can push those to another time as that seems best. But I wanted to sort of check in on that conversation. And the intent was just to have them connected to Earth Day, but we're past Earth Day at that point, so they can go into a different time in May to give us enough time to prepare. Francie and then Greg, thoughts?
Yeah, I was going to talk a little bit about the 30 by 30 conference, but if we're going to have an actual discussion about it at a future time, I'll hold off on that during commissioner comments. Okay. Should I wait?
Well, I just want to get a general sense of if there's urgency around getting this resolution on next week's agenda or not. And if not, then we can talk about it in open discussion. Greg?
I'd support, I'm supporting it. I think it's an important thing and we should just get it done. If people are inclined along those lines, why wait? Let's get it on there. That's my sentiment. Thank you.
Okay, well, let's talk about it in a few minutes in open discussion. I just want to note also that I think I had talked with John Ely. I brought it up with this board about having the attorney's office bring back the housing impact fee, and that when we had adopted that, we agreed to discuss it annually to update the affordability number based on Department of Housing income limits, et cetera. And so he had proposed bringing that back on May 4th. And so if Charlotte's watching and tracking future agendas, I'm going to put that out there for May 4th. And I think that's it for me. Any other future agendas?
Shelley,
yes, Greg.
Yeah, just regarding, I had a conversation with Leslie Lamont and then John Ely also, just regarding the TDR program and the exchange for constrained properties. And I understand that we're going to see a lot more of those sort of applications coming to us. According to Leslie, there are several in the pipeline. And so I'd like to have a work session on that program and how we might tweak it to revisit it and make sure it's equitable. And I think the sooner we did that, the better. I'm not sure what date. That I could leave that to you and Charlotte, but I think that's an important conversation because I've been told that we've got more of these in the pipeline and it's something probably worth looking at.
Okay. Board comments on that. Francie, then Patty.
Yeah, I have a question about that. It seems like most of the things that we hear about, there's a first hearing and a second hearing, and we have some time to think about it and talk about it. But that TDR thing last week just came up, and we had to vote on it right then, and it was over and done, and I didn't get that. I didn't understand the protocol there at all.
John Peacock,
it's a one-read public hearing.
Yeah, so, Francie, we may just want to sit down because there's one read and two read items. I see Suzanne Wolf turned her camera on, so I don't know if Suzanne may want to weigh in on this. These have fallen into the one read public hearing. Suzanne, were you trying to jump in on this one?
Yeah, I can jump in, thanks. Yeah, Francie, a lot of our land use stuff just requires a one read hearing, public hearing. There are certain things, subdivision approvals, rezonings, those require first and second readings. But much of our land use stuff is just a one hearing, public hearing. So that's the constrained TDR, that's what that process is under the code.
Patty?
Yeah, Greg, we've been talking about doing a TDR, in-depth discussion for years, right, Suzanne? For many years. And I thought we were going to bring it in as far as our broader growth management discussion. So I don't know if staff is going to be ready to have that sooner than later. If things are already in the pipeline, we can't really change that process because they're already in the pipeline. So maybe you're talking about a better understanding. I just don't know about the timing of asking staff to bring forward an in-depth discussion on TDRs when I thought we were looking at it as part of our overall growth management discussion. So I'm not certain how we're going to pull that off without breaking up. We're going to start piecemealing our growth management discussion because I really want to talk house size sooner than later. So, I don't know how we can keep congruent, effective discussion on growth management if we're starting to break pieces off now. I'm just concerned about that.
I think this was more specific, Patty, just to the constrained TDRs, but I get your point. But I don't want to shelve it because it's too big a thing to take a bite out of.
Okay, and so is there an issue specific to constraint? Because I know you had a concern about the value and the cost, which my feeling is we don't have any control over that. I said it multiple times during the hearing. So unless staff can bring back a way we can control the financial impacts to, who's selling what for what, which I don't think we can do. But if you want to just have staff bring back some more clarification information, I'm fine. And I don't know when these other ones are going to be coming our way, but that's a question for Leslie, I suppose.
Other board
yes,
feedback?
I would like to. Yeah.
Steve?
So I could see value in having a workshop where we just have a review of what the criteria are for constrained sites, if we do have more of them coming, just so we understand what the criteria are. The fact that we okayed one of them or approved one of them, other people with sites that are sort of constrained might say, oh, this is a chance to get a TDR, which are worth so much right now. And maybe that is driving why more people, we're going to see more of these. But I think if we could understand what are the criteria, just in a work session when we're not under the gun to decide on a specific site that day, then I think that would be a good move for us to do. And I don't think it'd have to be a long work session item, maybe 15 minutes or half an hour at the most.
And I think that to include, what's available to us as options or alternatives, because it felt as if we didn't have a choice, and I didn't feel comfortable with that.
Francie?
Yeah, I agree with that, and it felt like it came down to the guy's personality is what we made the decision on. And so I would really like some clarification on this, and I was very concerned about the precedent. And if there hadn't already been 3 positive votes, I definitely would have voted no. But once there were 3 positive votes, it was like the guy was looking all hurt and everything. And, it was just like, I don't know. I thought it was very uncomfortable, the decision-making process involved with that. And I didn't have any guidance on it. And so I would love some clarification.
Okay, I will work to find time to schedule, since there's a majority of the board that wishes to discuss this limited aspect of TDRs. I do want to respond a little bit, Francie, because I didn't vote on it because of his personality whatsoever. The crap aspect of it is land speculators sometimes come out ahead, right? And this program, due to a development right that we have to honor in one fashion or another, facilitates that opportunity. So, anyway, the opinion of my decision.
Came on.
Yeah.
I mean, Bill Argrove's whole argument was about the family, and you know, and my daughter-in-law Molly was like, yeah, it's a really great family, and you know, but the circumstances under which that became a constrained lot from something, a piece of property he'd known his whole life, just left me very uncomfortable. So,
Sure.
and really, it's because of the possibility of setting a precedent. That
Well, no, and
you know,
I mean,
you were the
we don't
only
have to get
one,
into a big debate about it, but a 1,000 square foot cabin with a flush toilet, you know, with a compost toilet probably would have made me feel really uncomfortable. You know? But, so anyway, I will work to get this scheduled based on board's interest.
Put it on May 4th.
Okay, other future agenda items? No, all right.
I'm good. Sorry, John. I take care of them on Fridays now, so I don't want you to get it twice.
We can move on to board open discussion. Mr. Peacock.
Yeah, thanks. And we have Suzanne Wolf and Joey Wolfman from Wolf. I just butchered your last name, Joey. I apologize. From Aspen Ski Company here. We've had a request to use the Buttermilk parking lot from Aspen Ski Company very much as it was used last year. And that would include for high school graduation on the 4th and 5th. And Joey will be able to describe this better than I. But there's also the ongoing use then for outdoor movies or kind of drive-up concerts. There were, I believe, 3 or 4 private events that were hosted at the site. And that's on a lot that is really a county lot. We can pull up a map here in a little bit. 2020, this was done in anticipation that we'd have very little traffic, you know, an opportunity. And I want to thank SKICO and the partnership with the community on the graduation was amazing. Joe, I think you're going to get stuck with that every year if the school district has a choice. And the outlets, you know, for the community that would not have otherwise been there, like the drive-ins and such. The request has come in to use the parking lot in the same fashion. I think there's more concern this year around anticipating much greater demand for that parking space. That lot in the summer is used for construction staging and a lot of activities like that, which we did not see quite as much of. And so staff has had some concerns. And so we wanted you to both have an opportunity to hear. And Suzanne, I am going to turn it over to you for any additional background. And Joey, to you from Aspen Skiing Company, for you to hear the request prior to a special events permit then going to community development to be processed. I will say public works staff from the county could not be here today, but they've met with city parking staff. They're very concerned about the demand on staging areas this summer and are very concerned about giving up that space. I believe Aspen Skiing Company has some alternatives to discuss, but with that, I think, Suzanne, if you could fill in the no doubt many gaps that I left. I do have a copy of the PDF here of the parking lots, and then Joey, we will invite you to talk about what Aspen Skiing Company is wanting to do.
Thanks, John. I do know Derek Gunshore from SECO is actually as an attendee. If he could get promoted to panelist, he wanted to be able to participate. And I thought that Oser from the city was going to try and join us, but I didn't see him on the list, so I don't know that he's here. But I think John really did summarize it. Last summer, I think everybody was supportive of having the events in the parking lot. And dealing with what construction parking we might have in an alternative manner, given the need to have something going on in the community, and that construction was more limited last summer. This year looks very different. Brian and Mitch have talked, and they're already seeing a lot of requests to use the lot for construction staging. Brian noted that building permits in the county are up 35 to 40%, and construction and demolition debris is up 47% at the landfill since last year. So he was pulling out some statistics to help understand how important it is to be able to use this space for, what it has been approved for use through our permitting system, to have people basically make arrangements and pay to use that space for larger construction staging, as well as overflow parking, overnight parking for people staying, and ask a number of things. So definitely just a much bigger concern this year about basically eliminating, the parking use in that entire back lot at Buttermilk. Last summer, Muskego allowed use one of, the portion of their lot. I think Brian and Mitch are concerned that that's really not adequate for, the construction, large truck parking that they're anticipating this summer, and that it's just not as, easily used and, for trucks to maneuver in that space. So essentially the request from SECO is really for the county to give them authorization to move forward with the special event permit request for the drive-in venue. And I think the concern that I think everybody's fine with graduation. That's early enough in the season, won't really interfere. But basically blocking off that entire back lot for the rest of the summer construction season is definitely a concern from Public Works and the city that manages that lot.
Okay. Any questions for Suzanne at this point, or Greg?
Yeah, great to see Derek there, and Joey, if that's you behind that interesting photograph avatar. I think this is an interesting concern because, one, we know we're not really out of the COVID thing yet, and we're all a little trepidatious about doing big indoor events. So I would certainly support the application for the graduation and other ski company events there. And I'd really like to hear what ski company has in mind for alternative parking. I'm wondering if those large construction vehicles could possibly find other alternatives, like some parking in the back of the intercept lot, or even Public Works, or maybe the city's lumberyard property might have places where the large trucks can park. My general concern about this area and that area with the Buttermilk lot is it really is a part of our community and our entrance to our community. And it'd be nice not to have an industrial parking lot, place where, it'd be nice not to have a construction lot right there. I think if we can find other alternatives, by all means, let's consider bringing back what we did last summer. So if ski company has some suggestions on how we might be able to do that would satisfy Public Works and all these constructors who want to park their trucks there, I'd love to hear them.
Okay, I will invite SECO to go ahead and present your plans and alternatives, please.
Thank you guys for fitting us in today. We appreciate it. I did have a pretty long conversation with Brian Pettit regarding the staging of construction vehicles, and we obviously totally understand the concern and want to work with the county however we can. We have not come up with our scheduling, our programming schedule yet, just waiting to hear what's going to happen, you know, at the town of Snowmass and their Thursday night concerts, because we don't want to step on toes, and we want to have programming, you know, as many nights as we can between Snowmass and our venue. But I think that we could come up with a plan where it could be used for parking Monday through Friday during the day. We are willing to use what we call Lot 2, which is that northwestern side, sort of by the hideout that we let you guys use last year for vehicle staging. That would be available as well. So I think, my suggestion is what Greg said, is that the back part of the Intercept lot seems like a really great spot because it's sort of out of sight and wouldn't be taking up other parking, but I understand that may not be a possibility. So we are willing to work with you guys however we can, allowing parking there, you know, Monday through Friday during the day. But as far as just like our overall plan, it's the same programming as last year. Just waiting, like I said, waiting to hear more what happens in Snowmass with their Thursday night concerts. Derek, if I missed something, jump in there.
Any other alternatives, parking that ski company might offer, like Two Creeks, or, you know, other outlying parking that may be more out of sight, out of mind?
You know what? I could definitely look. We could look into Two Creeks. I don't know what I think they used that for construction last year for the new burn chair lift. So that's definitely something that we could look into, and I could do that and let you guys know.
Derek, did you have anything else?
Sorry, could I jump in?
Sure, Suzanne.
I think, given that Brian and Mitch aren't here to speak more specifically to the use of that lot, I mean, I think I get the out of sight, out of mind, but I also think that's why Buttermilk has been a good spot for this, is the proximity to town and all of the construction that's going on in the Upper Valley. You know, trying to look at something like Two Creeks really then sends trucks, you know, in a totally new direction and puts different impacts on the town of Snowmass Village, and takes them off of the highway. So, you know, I think that's tough. You know, I don't know the pieces about Brush Creek and whether that would be a possibility. But there are also, I think, limitations, and John maybe can help with this, on the use of the Buttermilk parking lot from when we acquired it to be used for commuter purposes and parking related. So again, I don't know if that's a factor to bring up as well.
Yeah, there is
I think the only thing I'd add, Kelly, is you know, we haven't set a programming schedule, and you know, we're willing to be pretty flexible and adapt, not only based on what other programming there is in the community, because we don't want to over, but also flexible based on the needs and the demands of the normal use of the lot. So if there's certain days when there's reservations and lots that Brian or Mitch have, I think, you know, we're willing to just adapt our programming schedule and kind of do it as a collaborative thing, so it can be a shared resource and a shared use. Other than the other lots at Buttermilk, I don't know that there's another place to really send them that we can offer. You know, and we really only have the option to offer them to one of those other lots. So I know Joey's been in touch with Mitch and Brian about options there, and I think, you know, the only thing I'd reiterate is that our schedule from the nights per week, or, you know, what we're going to do out there is really in flux, and we're willing to just adapt it to what works for the community.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to John, Steve, then Patty.
Yeah, so going back, Greg, to your comments, there is a fairly long history with this lot, and there's actually a plan that the board adopted, which includes this use. There's an agreement with SKICO that was reached where we jointly funded paving of the lot for, you know, summer use for staging purposes and that sort of thing, with winter use for you know, some of the overflow day skier parking. So there has been a lot of thought, and there was a lot of reasons that these types of activities weren't pushed to the intercept lot, particularly with the lease agreement with CDOT, is probably something that Mitch could elaborate on also. And so, one recommendation, it sounds like SKICO is still very much trying to figure out your programming. It sounds like maybe the one thing that is not in question at this point is the graduation on the 4th and the 5th. Is that
4th
correct?
and 5th of June.
4th and the 5th of June, yeah. And it may be, this is a lot more work, but I think, it may be appropriate to certainly process for that activity and see if there's more clarity on what Snowmass is doing and what programming there would, or possibly, it sounds may not be, for SKICO. I think one of the challenges is I think oftentimes the construction staging, it's not like just parking for workers, it's staging of materials and such that don't necessarily go away on weekends and such, and so to understand
I
that.
feel like we have an absence of information here, and I want us to be able to have a little break before our Forest Service talk. We still have other agenda items. So with that, can we pick this up at next Tuesday's open discussion? And request folks to rejoin us then, and we'll, make sure Brian and Mitch or Mitch can be there? Is that okay? And I want to hear from Steve, since you won't be able to join us next week.
Thank you, Kelly. Just a couple of thoughts. We really need to know what the town of Snowmass Village is planning in the way of events, because some of their events use that lower lot at the Brush Creek Park and Ride for staging for, parking a whole bunch of cars and taking people on buses to the mutter, the mutter event and different things. We don't know, or I don't know at this point what they're planning, but I know they're planning more than they were able to do last year. I also agree with Suzanne. I think there's going to be high demand we're going to have a lot of car traffic this summer with people wanting to park at Buttermilk. There is a huge amount of construction, way more than probably even in an average year, that there's demand. We need a staging area besides the city streets for the construction staging to take place. I do have a suggestion for the ski company to consider, and it's something that I would totally approve right now. That would be, how about setting up a stage over on Powder Panda's area that would be akin to the stage at Fanny Hill, and do the movies, the graduation, all sorts of things could take place there without having to set things up, take things down. Because I think people don't have to be in their cars to be socially distanced now. They could, as long as they're outdoors and spread out on Powder Pandas in their little bubble groups of their family or close friends or whatever, I think it would be very safe this year compared to what we were looking at last year. And just a thought for you to consider that I think might be the best solution, actually. And the people then going to that event, they could ride the bus or get there in different fashions. They wouldn't have to sit in their cars during the movie or the concert or whatever it is you're putting on the stage.
Thanks, Steve. Suzanne, is there any problem with revisiting this Tuesday in terms of timing? No?
I don't think so on our end. Okay. I can check if Brian's back, and I can certainly get, more information from Mitch, okay, and hopefully get him to join.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree. It's a much bigger discussion.
Yeah.
And
thank you.
I just want to get an indication from the board. I know you're trying to move it along, but it doesn't seem like there's an issue necessarily with graduation on the 4th and 5th. It's more the ongoing activities into summer. Is that?
Yeah, I'm supportive of graduation at this point. I mean, it was pulled off and it did well. It's just they have to set it all up, and I think they want to look at being able to utilize that setup for more events during the summer. So, since we have till June, I think the ski company has time. Hopefully, parents will have time to make their plans.
Okay. Thank you for your flexibility
Yep.
and being able to reconvene.
And
Okay.
that, you know, Steve, that is something that we've looked at and considered. I think it's a great idea. I don't know if you've spent much time walking around the base of Buttermilk during the summer, but it's pretty rugged. It's not the most inviting environs out there. I think if it were a sodded field that we had been manicuring grass on for a long time, we would jump at that in a heartbeat. But yeah, I do think that is a great idea and something that we've long thought about and considered as an option. So we'll continue to work on that as well.
Okay, thank you. We'll talk more next Tuesday. Other open discussion items from the board? Again, we have 30 by 30 in the oil and gas leasing pause. I had sent you all some proposed language from the campaigns and then some additional language. Are you ready to discuss those now, or should we revisit those later? Or do you want to send me thoughts? Greg?
I hate to do this, but I wanted to, if this is the time, to add we've been asked, we wanted to comment or support the Joe Negus's Civilian Conservation Corps proposal. Is that on your list? Pardon me, as well? I think we received an email, and I would certainly support the establishment of a Civilian Conservation Corps.
Okay. I'm guessing we generally support all three of these, but when do we want to dive into the specifics of the language?
I couldn't get all of the documents to open on my computer, so I need a little more time and have to have them send it out in another manner. But
if we're going to write a letter, I'd be happy to see Kara draft something and go from there.
The other two were resolutions to adopt by the board.
Greg, which thing are you talking about when you say that?
We've been asked if we would support the Civilian Conservation Corps legislation that Senator General or Congressman Negus has put forth. And we've received an email, and I'll forward it if you haven't seen it. And I'm not sure what else. If that was the one I have on my list today. Thanks.
Okay. Steve?
I don't know the specifics of his proposal, but in general, I support the work of the CCC. My grandfather worked in the CCC during the Depression. I think it could be a segue into universal service for our young people coming out of high school to put in a year of service in something like this, or in the Peace Corps, or in the military service. I think would be a good thing our country could do, and this could be something that could lead to that. But right now we need to put people to work, and that would be a good thing to do.
Okay. So I'm going to propose that we look at the specific language next Tuesday during our work session, and then I don't know, John, how do we do that if we want to adopt them Wednesday or push it to a further week?
We can just post it both places to have a, well, are you talking about a letter of support or a resolution at this
So
point?
the request was for resolutions for the 30 by 30 campaign and the oil and gas leasing pause.
Sorry.
That's okay. And then Greg brought up a letter of support for the CCC.
So for that, we could do the work session the day before to agree on language, and then post the resolution with the resolution to be provided in the meeting.
Okay.
yeah,
Does that work?
set up time free, and then just go ahead and draft a letter about Congressman Negus's request for the.
Okay, Francie?
There are 3 resolutions in the 30 by 30 latest letter from Mountain Pact. One is about ending oil and gas, or putting a pause on oil and gas leasing, and the other is, and one is the 30 by 30 itself, and then the third one, I mean, I could look right now, but we don't really need to know the specifics of it. So, and they do have forms all ready to go that all we have to do is sign, has a place for Kelly to sign it and everything. So I think, it would be great to look at all three of them when we look at them next week. So, just leave a few minutes for that when you do your planning, maybe. At least have a chance to read them. I think they came to all of us.
Yeah, I think
Maybe they came to all of us who went to Mountain Pact.
Sure, I think some of the discussion was, did we want to add specific language for Picken County into our resolution? And so that was some of the language I had sent to all of you. So I'll make sure we get good drafts with some of that language, and you think about anything you might want to include. And we will edit it Tuesday for adoption on Wednesday. Sound good?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right, we're really running behind here, so we're gonna have to be quick in this next item. John, anything else?
Just one resolution?
There's two.
There's three. Francie said there's three, so.
There are three: oil and gas. What does this say? Pause, and then new oil and gas. Pause, and then the 30 by 30.
Okay. All right, I will sort out the details, John, and make sure we're square for Friday. No problem. Okay, so we're gonna do a really fast roundtable on board membership reports. I'm listed first. I guess I'll go very quickly. So APSHA, APSHA has a lot going on. We're proactively moving through our strategic plan, and we will be continuing our discussion on standards for sellers. Right now, there is some language in the current regulations that basically say sellers can't, they have to, a property needs to be in livable condition, and there's certain criteria that have to be met for a seller to get full resale value. Now, part of the problem with that is that there has not been an inspection program required for sellers. So to know that before someone engages in a sale has not always been possible. That's one problem. And not everyone has the same deed restrictions. So older deed restrictions do not hold people to the same standards that the current deed restrictions require. So we are engaged in a conversation about updating the regulations and figuring out mechanisms that would invite people to update their deed restrictions to engage in, addressing the issue of some of these older units that are have not benefited from long-term maintenance, and the seller selling them to a new buyer who then has to absorb all of this maintenance or has to decide whether or not to purchase a unit that is frankly possibly not livable. So this is kind of a big question that APSHA is currently tackling. One of the proposals related to this is a pilot inspection program where APSHA would fund the inspection of single-family homes in the inventory that are over 20 years old, so we can really get our hands around, is this just a couple of units that are time bombs, or is this a lot of units that are time bombs? So that, the community and APSHA can plan for retaining and maintaining that inventory overall. So that's sort of one of the bigger things on APSHA's current efforts right now. And I'll turn to Francie to see if she wants to add anything else.
Now, just one of the things under discussion, but not resolved yet, is eligibility for disability in your housing. And there was one other one on that same topic. But I guess that's the one.
APSHA's got a lot going on.
Retirement.
Yeah.
Changing the number of years you have to work for the county, or work in the county in order to keep your housing when you retire. So those two things are also.
They're also recruiting for an executive director. So that recruitment has been active, but no decisions have been made. So that's APSHA. CCAT is, heavily in the midst of the legislative session. As you know, I work on a lot of housing stuff with them. I'm not going to go into details on specific bills because we don't frankly have time. But they're involved with, the funding the behavioral health plan, the conversations related to the large strategic or transportation funding plan, and waiting to see if a bill is going to be proposed, which I think a lot of you have been clued in through CCI, et cetera, as well, or if that's going to be addressed through the federal stimulus bill. So those are some major outstanding items with CCAT. And the roundtable, there's not much to report there, so I'll skip it. I'll move on to Patty.
ACRA has their business meeting next Tuesday. Rich is not able to attend. I will be attending. It's their annual business update, so I'll fill you guys in after that. The only other thing, of course, everybody knows about Basalt Vista this coming Thursday. The Intermountain TPR, I still have not heard anything from Brian Pettit or from Dave as to scheduled meetings or what's going on there. Brian said he'd get me into the loop, but I haven't been looped yet, so.
And there may not have been any yet.
Yeah, nothing's going on, so. And then Northwest COG, John, did I send you on their salary survey? They were looking for salary surveys. I think I sent you an email and asked you to send it to the appropriate person in the county.
I probably forwarded it. Let me double check.
Okay, I bet you did forward it. So they're just updating things, and that's what I have to say in a very quick nutshell.
Okay, Steve.
So CCI is same state as CCAT, right in the midst of lots of different bills they're looking at, asking people to testify on various things that I won't go into the details of them. There are a couple that we are looking for somebody to testify on. One is the soil health bill, which that is going to be heard a week from Thursday at 1:30 in the afternoon. Carrie Donovan, it's before the Ag Committee, which Carrie Donovan is the chairman of, and she is opposed to some of the language in the bill. So they're looking for someone local who can testify on that. I'm seeing if somebody from the Roaring Fork Farmers and Ranchers Group could testify, because I'm going to be out of range right then. I won't be able to testify on that. Let's see. The Regional Transportation Committee has not met. It only meets 4 times a year. Nothing on that. The RAC Committee of Vintage also only meets 4 times a year. I did see Aaron Fisher this morning on a meeting where both of us are going to be speaking at the Legislative Caucus on Aging meeting on this Friday morning. It's at 7:30 in the morning, so legislators can be present at it. And we are both doing some presentations about what the Pickens County aging plan is, our age-friendly plan. And so Aaron will be testifying about what the AAA's area agencies on aging are doing. Let's see, senior council's meeting tomorrow, but I'm going to invite all of them. Some of them did participate in the last legislative caucus on aging meeting. We're all still meeting virtually there, talking about getting back into the senior center sometime during the summertime, and I would love to be able to start doing some activities back in there. Club 20, we had the spring meeting was last week, and I was able to participate on some of it. The sound was horrendous. They were actually meeting in person in a hotel in Grand Junction. Rachel was there in person. The sound for those of us on Zoom, when they were speaking on a microphone at the podium, we could hardly hear a word they were saying, so it was really not at all helpful trying to participate in that. And when Representative Lauren Boebert addressed the group in person, Rachel asked her a couple of questions. They had a little bit of a heated event, and Rachel got up and walked out after that when Representative Boebert spoke to Club 20. So it's sort of business as usual. We keep going to Club 20 to have a seat at the table and be talking with the more conservative neighbors in western Colorado, and we plan on continuing doing that. So that's all I have.
Thank you, Steve. Greg?
Okay, very quickly, we talked about CC4CA and testimony on the greenhouse gas pollution standards. This week is Friday. That's CC4CA. CORE, the last two CORE meetings, we have been working on really a presentation for the funding request to the city for the REMP funds. I've done some video interviews on behalf of CORE. I think this is actually a really good process that CORE has been going through to reassess and reevaluate and look at where CORE is going and what value we're doing in reducing carbon emissions. That's coming up on the next later this month, or next, is it fairly soon? I don't have the date in front of me. QQ, all I have is just some old news, but there was a navigable waters protection rule that the Trump administration put through. Colorado had an injunction against it, but it was turned down, and so that rule is going to effect in a couple of days, and Colorado will be is going to have to take on a lot more regarding water protections, and there's much more to this. We could go into it. I don't completely understand it entirely myself, but just wanted to alert you that QQ is keeping an eye on that with an eye toward trying to maintain and resume protection of the waters that was rescinded or protections that were removed by the Trump administration. It's been a hard go to return those. Board of Health, I know we just talked about Board of Health. All I had there was I know that those events groups are really eager to hear back from Public Health, and they haven't yet. Regarding RAFTA, the spring bus schedule for RAFTA began yesterday. They're at 50% capacity till summer. We just did our board retreat planning for the summer, and that will include presentations on the future of transportation, bus transportation in particular electrification, RAFTA's strategic plan, involving Maroon Bells service conversations and the Hanging Lake and Glenwood Springs move studies, regional bike share, and the post-pandemic outlook for RAFTA, where they're going, and then also there will be conversations on strategies for inclusivity and equity with RAFTA. Moving on to RWAPA, last week I had a conversation with John Ely, Kathy Chandler-Henley, the chair of RWAPA, and April Long, our director, and it looks like we've reached an agreement on the IGA so that we can get this IGA done with all the various entities that are involved. And we hung it up for several months, but I think we're back on track, and that IGA will have to go around again. But really what it comes down to is that any initiatives by RWAPA will require consensus of the board to move forward. And I think that's what John Ely was most concerned about, and I think that's been clear, and it's easy to reach that.
What is RWAPA?
Roaring Fork Water and Power, Rudine Water and Power Administration. Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. And I can brief you on that too, Francie, at some point. Forest Service wise, I know we're gonna have a conversation with Forest Service. I just wanted to let you know that there's some interest. They're going to be discussing this property at Crown Mountain and Elgibel, just across the border from Pitkin County and Eagle County, where there is a huge parcel that would be a conservation easement along the Roaring Fork River in the riparian zone. Beautiful piece of property. And then above that, a bench, which is possibly developable in a public-private partnership, either with a sale or a lease from the Forest Service. They don't know yet. And that could be a potential site for some senior housing, affordable housing, or child care in some sort of small community. And I'm actually really excited about following that, and I've been in touch with the Forest Service on that, and they'll keep us in the loop. And that's all I've got for you. Thanks.
Thanks, Greg. Francie?
Well, as I told you guys before, I did meet with the BLM. It was really lovely. Spent a couple hours sitting out by the river. And Larry Sandoval said that when he came in, which was only 2 years ago, after like 20 years with the Forest Service, he switched to the BLM. He said that he did write to all the commissioners in Pitkin County and wanted to get a dialogue going, knowing that they don't have a lot of lands in Pitkin County, but they do have some crucial ones. But he didn't hear back from anybody, and so he'd probably like to reach out again and establish some kind of relationship.
Who is that, Francie?
He's got to start with me. So, what?
Who is that?
It was 2 years ago.
Oh.
I don't know exactly. You know, I think he was introducing himself and saying, you know, I'd like to. I'm not sure what, but okay. That was what he said about.
So I did have a long conversation with him on the phone, not too awful many months ago when he was, I think, reaching out. I did talk to him.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Good. That's great. And then I spoke with Zane from the Water District again, and they are eager to get a time on our upcoming agendas to discuss the spring runoff with water issues that are going to be up and down the valley, and so we'd like to do it sooner than the end of May, if at all possible. They also want to talk about opportunities through 7A, the Partnership Project Funding Program, and our shared priorities up and down the watershed, including the out-of-priority depletions in the Crystal River Valley. And he also sees it as an opportunity to discuss, for us to discuss with the River District the possibility of wild and scenic on the Crystal River.
Thanks for the reminder, Francie.
That's all I have on that. And Steve had a very hilarious letter from the West Elk Loop saying, thanking us for our donation of $0.
Okay.
We were so generous.
All right.
So actually, I would like, Kelly.
Yeah, go ahead.
I could ask about that. I don't know if we have routinely make a donation to the West Elks
Scenic bypass or
scenic
something?
bypass, whatever it's called. But it was kind of interesting, his description of some of the improvements that have been made. So, Francie, you being the representative from that, it'll be interesting to actually maybe hear more about what they're up to. And
okay, Steve, I'll get on that.
Okay, folks, thank you. Any other items before we take a break? Okay, not seeing none. So for the board and the public and grassroots, we are going to break until 4 o'clock when we will reconvene and be joined by the City of Aspen and the Town of Snowmass Village and the Forest Service, where we will discuss fire mitigation, the wildfire season, and maroon bells. So thank you all, and see you at 4 o'clock. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to a joint meeting of the Picken County Board of County Commissioners, along with the City of Aspen City Council and Town of Snowmass Village Town Council, and the U.S. Forest Service, the White River National Forest, Aspen Sopris Ranger District this evening, where we are going to cover items related to the Forest Service and wildfire mitigation plans and maroon bells for the summer. And so with that, I do want to take a moment and just acknowledge all of my elected colleagues here. Thank you for joining us for this important topic. And I will look for Kevin Warner, who is our district ranger for the Forest Service. Hi there. And just as a little matter of housekeeping here, what I'll try to do is we will go through the presentations and we'll stop through intervals to take questions. And I will try to see you all. If you do know how to use the hand raise function, that could be helpful, but I'll just go board to board as well to give everybody an opportunity to make their questions or comments as we proceed. And so with that, hi Kevin, thank you for joining us, and please feel free to introduce your team.
Right. Thank you, Kelly. Appreciate it. So good afternoon. I know that at least for the Board of County Commissioners, you guys have been at it pretty long today. So hopefully we can keep you awake for the next couple hours. So, thanks for asking myself, the Forest Service, to come and talk to you about a couple of different things today. We're going to start out talking about Picken County 2021 wildfire season. If it's all right, I will go ahead and bring up a shared screen. We are going to have Valerie McDonald of the Picken County Sheriff's Office, as well as two other presenters that are going to help us out. Jeff Colton with the National Weather Service and Ryan McCulley with the Division of Fire Prevention and Control with the state. And so, excuse me, so this hopefully will go smoothly as we kind of bounce back and forth between things. But I think what I'll end up doing is I will pull up the slides, and then as we do that, if the other presenters, while you're presenting your portion of this, if you could just let me know when you need me to proceed in the slides, then we'll be able to make that work. So I'm going to start here in a moment. Hopefully this goes well with this slideshow. And so just let me just ask and make sure you're seeing just the slides and not all the extra stuff.
Yes, we are. Thank you.
Perfect. All right. So again, thank you. One thing I wanted to just talk about before we get going into this is why we're here. And I think that part of the reason that we're all here talking about this topic anyway is because of the 2020 wildfire season and what that looked like in Colorado as well as across the rest of the West. And so I think it's really important thing to check in and to talk about where we're at. Valerie's going to do a great job of talking about the where Picken County is specifically at for this season. We're going to have Jeff Colton talk about the long-term fire weather update. We're going to have Ryan McCulley talk about it's going to be a real quick introduction,
but talk about what the state's doing and the Division of Fire Prevention and Control. I'll spend a little bit of time talking about the past fire mitigation work that the Forest Service has done in and around the upper part of the Roaring Fork Valley. I'll spend a few minutes talking about prescribed fire coming up for this spring as well. And then a little bit of topic, and hopefully where we can spend some time, is just really discussing where this community wants to go next. I think that's probably one of the more important things we can have a little dialogue around as well. So I will move over to here. And Valerie, if you want to go ahead and introduce Jeff, that'd be great.
Hi, everybody. The recurring theme through this entire presentation is going to be partnerships. None of us can plan, respond, or recover from a wildfire without everyone's participation. We've got two really important partners here. First off, Jeff Colton from the National Weather Service. He's also a fire meteorologist, so he'll give us the fire forecast for this upcoming season. And just to explain the importance, there's really no natural disaster we'll encounter that doesn't have something to do with weather. So having their intel allows us to plan and warn the public. So Jeff, do you want to kick us off?
Absolutely. I'm ready to go. Thank you for the introduction, Valerie and Kevin, and we can jump to the next slide. So just a quick introduction of what we're going to cover today. In a short amount of time, the rest of the spring and early summer weather outlook. Then we're going to talk really quick about the state of the snowpack, where we're at now, update on the drought, fire season outlook, and a climate prediction center spring and summer, early summer forecast. So next slide, please. So the current snowpack, right now we're sitting about 70 to 80% of normal across the state. Depending on where you're at, the Front Range is doing a little bit better, and that was all thanks to one big upslope storm that brought them, 3 to 4 inches of liquid and 3 to 4 feet of snow. But overall, for this time of year, we're sitting below average where we would like to be, and unfortunately, we're heading into that time of the year where the snowpack doesn't really increase at this point. So that's where we're sitting, and then it'll continue to drop off. Next slide. So the drought, the image on the right is the drought conditions when we entered spring of last year in April of 2020. So those light tan colors and yellows across Pickens County are kind of showing us in a D0, abnormally dry to moderate drought. This year, heading into the summer months, we're sitting in a severe to extreme drought conditions across much of the West Slope. So this is already a bad sign and a bad precursor for things to come. Next slide. So looking at the Predictive Services summer outlook for wildfires across the western U.S., April and May were showing pretty much normal conditions, and then once we get into June and July, we start to see those above normal potential for wildfires creeping up into southern Colorado. And the thing that's interesting to me about this is July, it starts to creep up into west central Colorado, up in the northwest part of the state. So that's indicative of the monsoon. You can see how it's dropping off across Arizona and New Mexico, but as we move northward, it's kind of showing us that monsoon push may not be as deep and exciting as we would hope it would be. But we're going to be on the edge, so I would expect an average to above normal. And so what is an average summer with wildfires across Colorado? That is about 1,300 wildfires, which would char about 150,000 acres of land in a typical normal season. The interesting thing, and we just started tracking these numbers in the past couple of years, is about 40% of all these wildfires are human caused. And that actually grows as you drop south into Arizona, California. Those numbers increase to like 60, 70, 80%, depending on where you're at. But if that's the case, we'd expect about 540 wildfires this year to be human caused, the rest of them caused by lightning. So that would be in an average year. Above average would be pushing 2,000 wildfires most likely. Next slide. This is the temperature outlook for this summer. or this spring into June, roughly. It's showing on the left, you see a little dart, a little pie chart. If you took a dart, threw it at that board, you would have a 65% chance of hitting above normal temperatures. And that's kind of how this works. The forecast, the odds favor warmer than normal conditions. And next slide, please. This kind of shows the dry weather that will be impacting the area as we move through the spring and into the summer. So not a lot of relief or hope in sight. We do have a lot of little systems coming through, dropping a little bit of rain and snow, but nothing big. And that's kind of the trend, and we expect that to continue as we move into our driest month of the year, which is June. Next slide. And that's all I have. This is just one of my great South Park ones. Well, here's the rain we need, and it's gone. That's been the kind of the story. We get a little bit of rain, and then it's gone. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Jeff.
Thank you. We'll go right on to Ryan McCulley from the Colorado Division of Fire Prevention and Control. He's our battalion chief. And as soon as Ryan starts talking about ELATs and helos, you'll immediately understand the importance to us of the Division of Fire Prevention and Control. This community all became painfully aware of what VLATs were during the Lake Christine fire, very large air tankers. Ryan, I'll turn it over to you.
Thanks, Valerie. As you said, I'm Ryan McCulley with the Colorado Division of Fire Prevention and Control, or DFPC for short. It's kind of a mouthful. Kevin, why don't you go ahead into the next slide? Val asked me on just to give a quick update on kind of what we have going on as a state and what resources we have and the programs that we have around the state. So if you haven't heard of us, that's all right, because we're still pretty new. We were founded in July 1st, 2012, so we're only 9 years old. The state legislature consolidated all the state's fire services into one agency. So we also have other sections like the fire and life safety section, a training and qualification section. I work in the wildland fire management section. So we deal exclusively with wildland fires, particularly large wildland fires in the state. So go to the next slide, Kevin. So as you guys know, we've seen a lot of change, particularly DFPC. We've been growing pretty rapidly in the last 9 years. And during that time, we've added a broad range of suppression resources positioned throughout the state. And we're continuing to grow in personnel and resources. Just recently, the governor signed some legislation in the law that beefs up some of our fire programs and adds some more resources and funding to what we have going on. Next slide. So just give you a rundown on kind of what we've got and where they're at. We have 6 engines. Those are located in Berthoud, Sterling. We have 2 out of Alamosa, 1 in La Junta, and 1 in Montrose. So kind of evenly scattered around the state. Those are mostly made up of Type 3 engines, but we also have Type 6 and Type 4 engines. And that's just the amount of water and the amount of pumping capabilities that they have. It's the difference between the typing. Those are kind of a combination between a standalone DFPC office or jointly located with a fire department or a county somewhere. We also have 5 modules, which are small hand crews located in Windsor, Blackhawk, Steamboat, Colorado Springs, Dolores. Those are used for, doing the hand crew work, digging fire line, cutting trees, doing fuels mitigation projects, prescribed burning, that kind of stuff. So next slide. We also have 2 Type 2 helicopters. They are contracted by us and exclusively used by us. They come with 10 to 12 person crews. Their locations are Montrose and Canyon City. And with the recent funding through the state legislature, we're going to add a Type 1 helicopter, which carries more water and has more capabilities. It's going to be purchased by the state, but it won't be operational until probably middle of the year 2022. So with that, we're going to contract a Type 1 helicopter for this fire season. It should start the beginning or probably the middle of June. We're not sure which helicopter that will be or what type it will be yet, but they're working all that out with contracts now as we speak. So the helicopter's primary role is wildland fire. So we support large fires, small fires, initial attack, but they also are used in other all-hazard incidents, like search and rescue, logistics, and other things. Next slide. We have 2 exclusive use contracts for seats, which are single engine air tankers. They're the small air tankers that you see in the top picture. They carry about 800 gallons of retardant. We have 3 call when needed contracts with seats as well. So if we need additional aircraft, we can call them up and use them as needed. We also contract 1 exclusive large air tanker, or LAT. That's the middle picture you see there. That's the one that we had last year. We also have 1 call when needed very large air tanker, VLAT. So that's, we flew quite a bit of large air tankers and VLATs last year with the fire season that we had. Next slide. We have 2 state-owned aircraft. They're multi-mission, or MMA for short, and they're primarily used for detecting wildfires. So the whole goal is to find a wildfire early, so we can dispatch resources to stop the fire before it gets big. So they'll often fly detection flights after any kind of lightning that comes through, and they found, I believe, it was over 100 fires last year. Additionally, they support large fires with intel gathering with pictures, videos. They provide us some mapping capabilities as well. Next slide, please. Overhead, so battalion chiefs and district chiefs like myself, we oversee and manage the state operational resources. Our primary role is to assist the fire departments and the county sheriffs, who are the fire wardens in each county, with wildland fire. So that's my primary role, is to assist the sheriff. For lack of a better description, we liaise between all the local, state, and federal agencies, so between fire departments, the counties, other state agencies, as well as the federal agencies, the Forest Service, BLM, when it comes to wildland fire management. And on the large fires like Lake Christine, Grizzly Creek, East Troublesome, that's where we're heavily involved. We step in as agency administrators to come in and help manage the fire. Next slide. This last slide I have is, they're not actually DFPC resources, but they are state of Colorado resources. They're not under our operational control, but the Department of Corrections has 3 Type 2 hand crews located in Rifle, Salida, and Canyon City. Formerly known as Jupiter Valley crews, they're the SWIFT crews, but they can be used for wildland fire suppression. Sometimes they're used for mitigation projects. They're a great resource to have here in Colorado, and just so you know, they're out there and available. Next slide. That's all I had. My contact information is there in the bottom right part of the screen. If you have any questions about anything that DFPC has going on, don't hesitate to reach out. Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
Okay, I see a question here from Steve Child. Steve.
Yes, thank you. I'm wondering if there's any satellite capability of detecting wildfires when they're real small. I don't know if some technology could detect either a hot spot or smoke. Of course, we'd want it to just center on maybe one region of Colorado to be able to find something when it's really small, to be able to put it out before it gets big. So could you tell about technology in that respect?
I can speak a little bit to that. That technology does exist, and we've actually partnered with the Colorado National Guard. And we did utilize that last summer for the first time. Well, in all honesty, I don't know what it is. It's military capabilities that not necessarily read into, but dispatch centers do get notifications from them from time to time. If they spot something, they will call it into a dispatch center. So that's about as much as I can speak to that based on what the information that I have. But so you know, that information is out there, and we're starting to use it at the state of Colorado.
I could add to that out here at the National Weather Service, we can detect hot spots as well, and we get scans from our satellite about every 30 seconds to a minute, depending on which strategy we're in. And the fire in Rio Blanco County a couple weeks ago, we actually picked that up on satellite and called that into dispatch too. So we can detect them, and if we're looking for them, then we can call those into dispatches as well. So we can catch those, and it's within a minute of ignition. I mean, it's pretty fast. So.
Okay, thank you. And we'll go back to Valerie to keep us moving.
Yeah, those of you that don't know me, there are people on here I haven't had the opportunity to meet yet. I am Valerie McDonald. I do work for the Sheriff's Office, but I am the County Emergency Manager. While I'm not a fire official, since wildfires are #1 hazard risk in the county, a lot of my time is spent on wildfire planning. And coming off the historic wildfire season last year, where over 600,000 acres burned in the state, obviously, understandably, there's heightened interest on what we're doing to prepare for wildfire. We thought there'd be value in sharing some of what goes on behind the scenes. For many of us, wildfire is a 365-day a year job, and for the most part, we quietly go about our business. But we thought there might be some value in going into more detail this year with the circumstances that we're in. There is more to fire mitigation, fire preparedness than mitigation and suppression. Wildfire is very nuanced. So bear with me. I'm about to give you a rapid fire monologue. I'm not happy about it either, but I had so many people telling me what they wanted me to touch on today. I'll try to go through this really quickly, but everyone knows how to contact me, and feel free to go offline with me if you want more. Partnerships, again, and when it comes to wildfire, we're talking about the county, the municipalities, the state and federal agencies, as well as the citizens of Pitkin County. We all need each other to be engaged to get through this. One of the most, next bullet is one of the most important tools that we have, that we spend a lot of time on, particularly this time of the year, is our emergency alert notification systems. If we can't warn the public of something that is happening, things will not go well. We also can get emergency alert notification out to people who are not signed up for our Pitkin Alert with the iPod system. That way, anybody that is in the area will get alerts from us, even if they're not signed up for our system. Make no mistake about it, wildfire is a multi-million-dollar industry. We have many formal fire agreements with the state and the feds. There's a business side to wildfire. We meet continuously throughout the year to ensure everything's in order. Many systems are in place. Not doing this work in advance and doing it well will cost us resources and money. Another area we wanted to touch on is the progression of wildfire management. The way a fire starts in a local jurisdiction. Every fire is different, but it is quickly transferred. Once the fire department starts to exceed their capabilities, it's quickly transferred through a delegation of authority to the local sheriff/fire warden, and then that starts the process with the state. Emergency Fire Fund. Pitkin County has participated in this for about 20 years. It's essentially an insurance policy. It's about $45,000, $50,000 a year. It would essentially, if it qualifies, pay for fire suppression on non-federal lands. We work on mutual aid agreements throughout the year with all of our partners. We need to do this in advance. We need to know as soon as the fire starts what resources we have available. And, we don't want to be figuring out cost share agreements at that point in time. Mutual aid agreement is generally 24 hours with our partners. Our local fire departments have actually gone a step further. We do a lot of training around what we call the MAMA, the Mountain Area Mutual Aid Program. It's an agreement between the fire chiefs in the Northwest region. And while we're waiting for state resources that Ryan was talking about, the agreement is anyone who's got available resources, they will be out the door in 10 minutes with crews and engines heading our way. And that came into play during the Lake Christine fire. Those resources that came in late that night played an essential role in protecting the Elgin Trailer Park. I get a lot of questions about fire restrictions. How do we do that? Why this? Why that? Last year we were in fire restrictions from June 2nd to November 7th. I assure you, we base all of our decisions on data. You hear us talk about the energy release components, the measurement of BTUs, how hot will that fire burn if it starts. Then we also look at live fuel moisture levels. How dry is it? And then I can't even tell you what goes into coordinate that with our state, with our local, regional, state, and federal partners. We really do make a large effort to coordinate so we're all in sync so we don't confuse the public. I know you all know, especially after this last year with COVID, that we have a county incident management team and we have 15 emergency support function teams. These teams are multi-jurisdictional. We have over 200 people in the county that know what their role and responsibility is before we have a disaster emergency. Most counties our size don't have that. It's been proven over and over again across the country that counties that have that in place respond and recover better than counties that don't. Continuously exercising and training, there's not a week that goes by that there isn't some type of training amongst those groups. We also facilitate Pickens County Wildfire Council. We started meeting this year in January. It's all the partners I mentioned earlier, and it's what is everyone doing, and more importantly, what can we do together to maximize our efforts. This last one, extensive multimedia education and outreach. You might think, what is the big deal? Put some ads in the paper, but I cannot tell you the effort that goes into that so we keep everyone headed in the same direction. 85 to 90% of fires are human caused. We have 18,000 18,000 residents in Pickens County. I'd like to think that they're all aware of our fire risk, but then during the high season, you add another 30,000 guests who probably most of them have no idea about our wildfire risk. One wrong move could spark an East Troublesome type fire. So we try to create awareness among locals and guests as well. We post flyers, hang banners, internet ads, newspaper ads, radio, TV ads. All public safety agencies post info on their website. It's a very coordinated effort. There's a long list of community partners that participate in that as well. Chambers, Austin Board of Realtors, they have a newsletter for 1,000 people, or 1,000 people every month. They're talking to the people buying the multi-million-dollar homes. I'm not, so a very valuable resource. Concierge network. Last time we had additional challenges because of the influx of people that had never even been in the backcountry before, knew nothing about don't toss your cigarette, make sure your campfire's out cold, don't drag your chains on the highway. So we really ramped it up last year with the help of the Public Safety Council to get the word out. And I'd like to think we were successful. We're the only county in the Northwest region that didn't deal with a significant wildfire last summer. May is Wildfire Prevention Month, so you will be seeing information coming out. Emergency management and all the fire departments will be doing community events to help people understand what they can do to mitigate their risk. That was a lot of words. Kevin, do you want to advance the slide? I'm not going to spend more than a minute on this. You can tune into those community meetings, but I just want you to know you're going to hear a lot of information in this presentation, but we don't want anything that's said to lull you into a false sense of security. With the extended drought conditions we have, the weather forecast, climate change, our fuel load in the forest, if we get a fire start on a red flag warning day, it will be almost impossible to suppress quickly. We're going to continue to see wildfire in this valley, so we need to be fire resilient, meaning we need to learn to live with wildfire. And quite frankly, sometimes that means we just need to get out of the way quickly. So we really need, we have some challenges with ingress, egress in this valley. We really need everybody to have a plan and to practice. There is no guarantee anyone's going to get a pre-evac notice. There's a wealth of information on that on pickenwildfire.com in English and Spanish and ready.gov/plan. Kevin, you want to advance the slide? We wanted to touch on just a few things, wildfire mitigation work, accomplishments. And this list is not meant to be anywhere near inclusive. I mean, the fire departments are all doing work in their jurisdictions, often with the municipalities. The municipalities have a lot of projects going on as well. So I already mentioned the public outreach and education, and the chipping program. I hesitated to even put it on this slide, but some wanted to hear about it. It's an accomplishment in that we did it. We initiated a chipping program. We would go into neighborhoods. We would ask people to clear brush around the house, drag it to the curb. We would chip it and haul it. We got almost no participation on that. I mean, the results were definitely not worth doing, even for free. Not that I've ever thought money was the hang up to getting wildfire mitigation work done here. People just don't want to cut trees down. I mean, we thought we would see a change after the Lake Christine fire, and we haven't seen much of a change with the public. And I know there are exceptions to what I'm saying. So we're no longer doing that chipper program, and I'll just segue very quickly into a good success story. Last week we started a project on 30 acres up the Crystal Valley, 30 acres that abuts the Swiss Village subdivision. We're doing a mechanical treatment on those 30 acres to thin the trees. Somewhat of a fire break there. If the fire comes that way, it should hit that area where we've cleared about 50% of the vegetation and drop down. Hopefully at that point we could get engines and crews on it, or air resources. So it's a really valuable, doing work in the wildland urban interface is where I think we're going with this presentation. I mean, I think that's the most meaningful work we can do. That project is also a partnership. The land is owned by the Forest Service, so it's a partnership between the Forest Service, the county, Carbondale Fire, and Swiss Village Homeowner Association. Kevin's going to get into that more later. Training exercises I've talked about, and there were so many people who were doing things. I just wanted to add that I know the county open space and trails and the city team as well have done quite a bit of mitigation work. Kevin, next slide. I think you're up next.
Thanks, Valerie. Appreciate it. And one other thing to mention related to exercises and things that are going on is this May 11th, we are going to do the Forest Service and our Upper Colorado River fire folks are going to host a situational exercise. And so we'll be doing that here in less than a month. And we'll be inviting, folks like Valerie, and Ryan, and all the others around the Upper Valley as well to participate in that. And it's kind of it's a practice exercise to just kind of see where we're all at, see if there's anything we're missing, and just kind of check in. So that's something we're doing this year. We've done those in the past, but this will be another one of those. And if anyone's interested in observing or checking that out, please let me know. I will touch a little bit more on the Swiss Village thing as well before I advance on. It was basically came out of a few folks all getting together and saying, hey, where's something that we can do? Where's a place where it's pretty much ready to go and we know what we want to do and we can get together and actually put a small group of treatments on the ground this year. And worked with Valerie, and like she said, folks from the town of Carbondale and the subdivision and a few others, and we were able to pull something together. And like she said, we got people out there working this week, and so great opportunity to try something out. And we've got more opportunities like that, so we'll talk about that more soon as well. So. Oops. There we go. All right, so some other work that the Forest Service has done. And so, this has got a lot of numbers and stuff on it, but basically, if you look at the end result, over the last 10 years or so, on the Aspen-Sopris Ranger District, we've done about 10,000-ish acres of treatment. There's probably some other things that are missing from this, but somewhere in that range of about 10,000 acres across the Ranger District, which doesn't all sit in Pitkin County. So about 5,000-ish acres of those have occurred in Pitkin County. So to put that into perspective, though, Pitkin County is about 625,000 acres. And so if you do 5,000 acres over 10 years, we've treated less than 1%. Now, there's a lot of acres that don't need treatment. You know, the vegetation type that doesn't require it. But that's a pretty, I'll say, a fairly slow progress. And like Valerie said, there's other work being done in other places that aren't accounted for here. But if that's the pace that we're going, it's going to take a little while. And so if you take that out to the scope of the Ranger District, where you treated 10,000 acres over a 750,000 acre Ranger District, again, it's just over 1%. It's really not that much different. If you include some of the wildfires that have happened, you're probably at 2 or 3% of treated acres. And so, again, there's a lot of acres that don't need treatment. There's wilderness areas. There's other places that we wouldn't do, heavy treatments or even moderate treatments. But there's also a lot of opportunity, I guess. And so the takeaway here that I'm hoping that we get from this slide is, and by the way, this slide does not include the 2021 work that Valerie and I were just talking about at Swiss Village. If you look at the dollars and cents here, the first thing you notice is the Forest Service puts in the majority of the money. But to be honest with you, it's not a huge majority, and that would be to be expected. These treatments are happening on Forest Service land, so that would be normal. But if you look at it, you look at the state, a lot of that money is coming from Colorado Parks and Wildlife because there's a huge benefit to wildlife. And most of these projects that we're talking about, actually, the original intent was for wildlife habitat treatments. Then they have an amazing benefit on wildfire mitigation at the same time. So we can get two good things at the same time there. And so if you look at this, you see that the county, and so this is the first bar graph that shows all the counties. Down below, you can see that Pitkin County's put in the majority of the money from the counties that the Aspen-Sopris Ranger District lies in. So just want to say, first of all, thank you very much for being a great partner. And then you look and you see that there's a MDF, that's a Mule Deer Foundation, RMEF, that's Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, and they have, those are both obviously wildlife advocacy groups, and they've done a good job of helping out as well. And so I guess the biggest takeaway here is to say that much of Pitkin County is federal lands, a large portion. And it's a huge part of why people visit this area as well. And so if we want to make a difference in how this county and really the Roaring Fork Valley is wildfire resilient, we're going to have to look at some treatments on federal lands. That's not the end. We need to look at everything, but we are going to have to use federal lands as part of that. And you can see from this, it takes more than federal monies to be able to make that happen. And I think I heard from you, Greg.
Yeah, sorry. Can you just tell us what MX and RX means? I'm trying to figure out what those lines mean.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. That's great. Mechanical treatments, so the type of treatments where either they're like hand treatments or there's what they call a masticator out there actually, thinning the brush, and RX is prescribed fire, and so that's with actual fire on the ground.
Thank you.
Thank you for making me speak the lingo correctly and make sure everybody knows what's going on. So I want to real quick, this is kind of getting away from the what have we been doing to the what's going on or what are we planning right now. And most folks on the BOCC, as well as I think some of the town councils have gotten this information from us already, just trying to let you guys know where we're at. But for the Forest Service, for prescribed fires for this season, we are currently planning on 3 different fires. One being the Collins Creek fire. This one is generally in the Woody Creek area, and it says on here approximately 1,000 acres. That's probably about what we will be able to find if we get the right burn window, but we could burn up to about 1,500 acres in that fire. That one's a little closer to Aspen and other places with a little more population, so we're reaching out and doing a little more public outreach regarding that one than maybe these other 2. But then Broadridge Creek prescribed fire, we've actually gotten a treatment in there before. It was successful as a great first treatment, but there's additional treatments that could be done in there, and so that one's looking at about 1,200-ish acres, but we could burn up to 2,000 acres in that one as well, and that's in the Crystal Valley, just to the west of Redstone. And then Cattle Creek, that's actually in Eagle County, but just so everybody knows, again, maybe up to 1,500 acres, possibly up to 2,000. All those are really dependent on the weather. So, and they're hard to time. We do everything we can to reach out and inform the public of those, but they are difficult because of the weather to predict exactly when we'll be doing that. So, this next one we're really wanting to talk about here is what other work is ready to be accomplished. And so this is kind of like a short-termish goal that if communities wanted to get engaged on things that are already, for us, we talk about things in like NEPA, already NEPA cleared. So all of our environmental analysis, or a lot of the environmental analysis, is already done. And so, you know, one of those things is there's additional Crystal River WUI projects. So similar to that Swiss Village project, there's another one up around Redstone and another one around another smaller subdivision called Red Dog Road. And those are opportunities where we could do things similar to what Valerie mentioned earlier on. And basically it takes some money and some help with some contracting, and we can be off and doing those things and helping out those local communities. And they're small, but they are effective at giving firefighters a little bit more space to actually get in there and protect homes and infrastructure, because they've got this buffer in and around that area that's a little more resilient. So that's work that could be done. There's also some additional units that aren't listed on here. They're in Gunnison County, and so that's why I don't have them listed on here in addition to these. And then prescribed fire. So I listed just the Collins Creek prescribed fire at this time, but there's others. The Collins Creek just is the one that we're most likely seeing being ready here in Pitkin County over the next few years. And so there's additional acres beyond the acres that were shown on the map that I just showed you. There's more than 2,000 acres available out there. Some of the things that hold us up from being the Forest Service, from being able to move forward more quickly with these is some of the in-the-moment environmental clearances that need to be done, you know, in like the year of or the year prior to getting out and pulling off these prescribable fires, as well as noxious weed treatments. And we've had great success. Again, thank you very much. You know, the monies that we have gotten in the past from the county to be able to do that have made those things easier for us to implement. And then I will say one other thing, and then I'll leave this last one to Valerie to touch on. One of the other things that we can do, it was mentioned multiple times throughout the presentation so far, is fire prevention. And I didn't put it on here, but the work that you guys have already done with us in funding forest protection officers, those individuals, a big part of what they do when they're out there doing all the other things that we've already agreed to do is they educate and enforce fire restrictions. And so the more forest protection officers that we have out there, the more potential for that public engagement. And so more more funding for things like that could come from other entities other than Pitkin County would be super helpful for getting that message out. So I'll stop there. Valerie, I know this last one's yours.
All right. This last one is pretty exciting. The Colorado Joint Budget Task Force approved a $6 million fire mitigation grant for Colorado. The application process is open. Applications are due by May 19th. Homeowners, caucus group, metro districts, they qualify for this grant. There is a 50% match. There's a website on there where you can find more information. And if anybody wants more or wants to talk about it, have them give me a call. I've got more information, and I can get you in touch with Colorado State Forest Services administering that grant. It's pretty exciting, and the reason why I think so, this isn't a new grant. It usually comes out in the fall, and there's usually about $500,000 for the entire state. So the way I see it, it's the first time I feel like people are starting to take mitigation just as importantly as they do fire suppression. In the past, just a huge amount of money has been spent on suppression. So let's spend some upfront on the mitigation and get some work done. I would love to see some of this money come to Pitkin County. And I will leave it at that, Kevin, if you want to advance the slide.
Thanks, Valerie. So this says next steps. It's probably more of a potential next step. So I threw this picture in there. I was actually in California this last fall, and this is a little ski area. This is an operational ski lift. It's a little different than what we got over here, but this is you know, the potential is that we have totally stocked in you know, areas that normally would be open for summer recreation with entire forest closures in and around them. And so, you know, the next steps, the possible next steps that I'd like to talk about and just kind of like put out there to this group as potential is really some sort of community-based wildland fuels mitigation effort. And so I don't think, personally anyway, that it's effective to do this alone. So yes, we could do, you know, Valerie could go out and really have a big campaign with the county, and you guys could do a lot of work on say private land, doing work out there. Or the Forest Service could make a huge push, and we could do a lot of work on federal lands. In the end, I think we're still going to be missing something, and so that's why I say more of a community-based effort. And in my opinion, it needs to be cross boundary and across those jurisdictional boundaries to really be truly effective at doing the work that I believe that this community and others see as necessary, especially after the effects that we saw in other communities around the state last year. And so, you know, it's more of a you know, kind of throwing it out to this group and saying, hey, is this something that we would want to do as a community? And we can choose what size that community is. Is it the Upper Valley? Is it the whole Roaring Fork Valley? Is it, you know, something different than that? I don't know the answers to that. And to be honest with you, because I'm just one entity in this effort, it wouldn't be up to me to make those decisions. It would be up to the group to try to figure that out collaboratively. I think my opinion, again, is that it should be focused on the planning that's needed for implementation. So how do we get to where we're actually doing the work that needs to be done on the ground to make our forests and WUI lands more resilient to wildfire? And then I think that one of the big things that would be necessary is that community support. So one of the things Valerie mentioned earlier was, you know, you put out the chipping program, and if people don't want to cut the trees in and around their personal property, then it's not as effective as you would hope. And so trying to gather and really educate and bring that community support is incredibly helpful and also challenging, especially with a large contingency of second homeowners. But I think it'd be well worth the effort. So I have a couple of other things listed on here. They're not really steps as much as tools. So the next one is the White River National Forest just finished recently a forest-wide fuels risk assessment. So it goes around the whole 2.3 million acres, but we can hone in and zoom into the areas that we would be interested in. And it shows some priorities on where we might spend some time and why. So that's a tool. There's other tools though. You guys already have your CWPP. There are tools that the fire departments have as well locally that they've already put. And so if we can bring some of those tools together, do it in a proactive way, I think it could be something that would be really beneficial to the community in the long term. It's a long-term thing though. It's not a short-term, hey, let's do this tomorrow and we start doing work, you know, by the end of the summer or something like that. It would take some time and effort. So I will stop there. I guess the last little bullet there, or the last, I don't even know what you want to call this thing that PowerPoint put up for me. So, but that is, you know, it's something that if this groups were interested and wanted to, it's something that we could work on. Like Valerie and I could spend some time. We probably need to bring some other people in as well, but we could come back to the group and say, here's some priority project lists. Here's some things we could do in the short term. Here's some things that we think would take a little bit longer and would be more of a planning effort to get us to where we have a really solid list of short-term implementable projects that we could do year to year. So that's something that I know I would be willing to do. Valerie has said she'd be really interested in doing that as well. And from talking to the local fire departments and such, they've expressed interest as well. And I will stop there, and I think we're ready for questions.
I have one thing, and I agree with Kevin about the partnership angle of this. I don't think any of us can do it alone, and Forest Service owns about 83% of the land in Pickens County. So I think that is the way to go to get this work done in the wildland urban interface. And Joe DeSalvo, who is Sheriff DeSalvo, who is also our county fire warden, wanted to speak briefly about something I forgot to mention in my monologue.
Okay, let's see.
Hi, everybody. I'm in California, but there in spirit. I just wanted to remind, as Valerie said, our partnerships are really important, and we have a really good relationship with the state and the feds, with Kevin and Ryan, and they've been really good partners for us. And that's made our job somewhat easier, but as we all fear that Lake Christine was a little too close. And the one thing I wanted to add to that was, and John Peacock may be able to straighten me out on this, about 5 or 6 years ago, the Board of County Commissioners designated at the time about $125,000 for initial attack. I think that's up over $200,000 right now. So what that means is that in the initial stage of a fire, the Aspen Fire Protection District would take over until it exceeded their capabilities, which wouldn't be long. And then it would turn into a county fire, and we would have it for about 24 hours, which would be a blink of an eye as well. And in that 24 hours, it would be up to us to fight that fire. So for about $200,000, I think we might be able to put a pretty good dent in at least the initial attack on a fire until our state and federal partners jumped in. So I just wanted to reassure everybody that because of the foresight of the county commissioners, we do have a pretty good fund set aside for initial attack. And I guess I would throw it back to Kevin or Ryan and ask how long would that $200,000 last us on certainly not VLATs, but significant helicopter drops. Can either of you fill the board in on that, or the rest of the municipalities?
Ryan?
I'll take a stab at that. I guess, Sheriff, it depends on the fire. It depends on the resources that are available to us and how many and what types we're using. It depends on the values at risk. So there really is no straight cut or dry answer other than to generally say that whenever we have an escalating fire and we're ordering aviation and national resources that are coming from all over the country, that adds up really quick. And so It depends on if we catch it, depends on if we know if we're gonna look at a multiple day event. All those things matter, and it just depends on those factors. But I will say that, resources are expensive, especially national resources in aviation. It can add up pretty quickly. So that's probably a non-answer to your question, but it's hard to nail down exactly how much you could expect to spend, but it just depends on the fire and the day, really.
Well, Ryan, I'm sorry to put your back against the wall like that. I guess the point I was trying to make is I don't think other counties have that savings account set aside for initial attack, and I guess I was trying to emphasize that at least we have that. The resources might not be there, may be there, but we do have at least the financial end of it covered, which I don't think a lot of counties do. Is that accurate?
Yeah, every county is different. Some counties set aside a pot of funds for that, some don't. I can't speak to every county, but I think what you guys are doing is great. And I would encourage to continue to have that pot of funds set aside for initial attack. Because we have programs that come in and assist the counties, we assist the fire departments, but we as a state can't pay for everything. And the federal agencies, can't pay for everything. They pay for things on federal land, but if any of that's impacting private and state lands, certainly I would anticipate a cost to the county. So yeah, I think it's great what you guys are doing, and I'd definitely encourage you guys to continue that in the future.
I'm going to jump in now, and thank you, Ryan, for joining us, and Joe from California, and Valerie for all your work, and Kevin has put out a challenge, I think, for our boards to discuss. And I also want to open it up. I think we probably have a good 15 minutes on this topic, so let's get everybody's questions answered. And I see Rachel's hand first, then Francie, then Ward.
Yeah, thank you all. I really had comments more than a question, but I want to thank everyone for their presentation and what frankly has been a lot of work for everybody, at this point kind of year round to deal with this issue. There was a really good presentation about the various fire activities and agencies at the Club 20 conference this past week. And I particularly like the one graphic that was put up that there's a triangle of things that affect wildfire, and they are kind of oxygen, and then climate/temperature, drought, and then underneath that is fuels. And the only one that we actually control is fuels, and so, or could control at any level. So I think it really bears in mind for our public to think about, do you like your trees better or your house better? As one of these things starts raging, it's really hard. You can't make the choice then, and it's a little too late. What I particularly was excited to see Colorado has signed a contract for one of the new kind of helicopters that is just, it's not as big a load as the air tankers, but they are there to do things like evacuate fire workers when they get trapped and things like that, which are very helpful, and then really can maneuver lower than the planes in some ways. But it really made me think of two things. One is that Pickens County advanced with the Forest Service a habitat restoration project on Brush Creek maybe 3-4 years ago. And I just thought that perhaps really demonstrating to the public the regrowth and that it's not permanently damaging, and a chance to say, hey, this is what it looks like now, and this is work that needs to be done, might be helpful, might be able to show people that it's not permanent or lifetime scarring, and that it's really done very selectively when that sort of fuels reduction is done. And then the second is that Senator Bennett has the forest restoration bill kind of kicking around, acknowledging the magnitude of the gap between funding for mitigation versus funding for suppression, and the state of our current forests, especially given the droughts. So I would encourage all of us to do what we can to lobby for the passage of that federal bill, and give all these great professionals the real tools they need in hand, which tends to be cash, to accomplish more in their annual work. So those are my main thoughts, and I just really would like to thank everyone for the presentation. It's great work, and we appreciate it.
Thanks, Rachel. Francie and then Ward.
Yeah, well, thank you, Kevin and Valerie and everybody else for that presentation. It was really enlightening. I really liked looking at the graphics beforehand, and also enjoyed my meeting with you recently, Kevin, as well. I was thinking when you were talking about what mitigation can we do in the next few years and how do we organize that, I would think with the Forest Service input that the Roaring Fork Outdoor volunteers would love to contribute to your efforts. And you know, I was a teacher for many decades, and I took kids out with RFOV many years, most years. We were up on Soperus and on the Boy Scout Trail and all over the place. And, you know, having their youth program get kids out there to do fire prevention, I think would be really beneficial to you. They can recruit a pretty big workforce, both between their adults and their kids. So, I think that would be one way to go.
Great, thanks, Francie. Ward and then Steve.
Yeah, thank you all. My question kind of dovetails with an observation that Rachel made on the triangle, and that's the fuels. And since we have multi-jurisdictions here, I'm curious as to what the different permits that may be required for tree removal and brush removal on private land and close to structures. We might have, I see Austin Weiss is on the line as well, but we might have different permit requirements for different sized trees in different jurisdictions. And for receiving, trying to apply for and receiving some of that $6 million matching grant, might be helpful for us all to know what permits may be needed for brush and tree removal next to structures.
Hi, Ward, and this is Austin Weiss with the City of Aspen. I'm the Parks and Rec Manager or Director for the City of Aspen, and I can speak to this a little bit. The Parks Department does manage the tree permits throughout the City of Aspen, and we're happy to work with homeowners when it comes to fire mitigation and fuels reduction. We've done a number of projects over the years, and including probably close to 30 acres in the past 5 or 6 years in places like the Ute Cemetery and the Merle property. This summer, we'll be focusing our efforts on the Merle property once again over by the Merle housing, doing about a 3-acre treatment over there with fuels reduction. So we would encourage homeowners in the Aspen area to reach out to the Parks Department, and we can work with them on developing a plan for fire mitigation. And I did also just want to respond to Rachel's point about the education piece here. One of the best examples of partnerships that I've seen has been the Hunter Smuggler Co-op, where Pitkin County, the Forest Service, City of Aspen, and ACES and others have gotten together to help manage those public lands. And with that has been a number of fire mitigation projects, including a prescribed burn and a number of mastication projects as well. And what we've done over the years is included some interpretive signs. If you go up Smuggler Mountain Road, you'll come across interpretive signs that talk about those projects and the benefits that they provide the community. Thank you.
Thanks, Austin. Steve.
So several years ago, or a few years ago, we had the Smuggler Mountain Hunter Valley cooperative project, which involved, different landowners, the Forest Service. I don't know if there was BLM, Aspen Open Space, Pitkin County Open Space. They did some prescribed burns, some mastication, some thinning of brush, various things. I'm curious how long that kind of a treatment works, because one of the most dangerous places in the county really is if there were a wildfire in our backyard all of a sudden. Red Mountain would be one of the places that's only one road in, one road out. would be difficult to evacuate people there, and that smuggler hunter project was, doing some good mitigation work right in the backyard there of Red Mountain. So how long does a treatment like that work? Is it decades that it would be sufficient, or do we need to go back in a place like that right now even and maybe do some more work on mitigation and thinning and chipping and whatever needs doing? Kind of a parallel question, when there is a prescribed burn that is done, how long does that treatment work for fuels reduction? Is it something we need to repeat that same area every 10 years, 5 or 10 years, or is it more on the order of decades before we really need to think about going back into an area? Thank you.
Well, thanks, Steve. I'll do my best, and if anybody like Ryan or someone else wants to chime in. But so I'll start with the hunter smuggler project. Here's what I know about that one specifically, Steve, is that it was a pretty light touch with the prescribed fire, and that's a good thing for first entries. It's usually a good thing to start with something a little lighter touch. And so in talking to my fire folks here that work for the Forest Service and BLM around here, they've told me that we're probably due for another entry into that area in the next couple, 2 or 3 years. And if I understand correctly, if I recall correctly anyway, that prescribed fire was somewhere in the 5 to 6 years ago range. So in you'd be looking at, again, because it was a pretty light touch, going back in there 8 to 10 years later, something along those lines. But to get to your, parallel question, the way I would answer that is it really depends on the fuel type, and it depends on how successful the fire effects are from that particular prescribed fire. And so there's different fire return intervals that folks in the fire world, in the fuels mitigation world use, and they think about that particular vegetation component or that veg type, and how often would it have probably seen fire pre-settlement, and they try to look at that and use some other things and try to figure that out. And so in, say, a mountain shrub community like the oak brush community, every 10 years is not unheard of, and probably would do some good for a while. And then if you get a intense enough prescribed fire go through there, you could probably hold off for a little while. So it really does depend on the community, on the vegetation community.
So I'm not seeing other hands at this point. I'll jump in with my questions and then do a roundtable to make sure everyone had their opportunity. But Kevin, I have 2 questions. So in your last remarks, you had said that it would be really helpful for our community to sort of pull together and identify or focus on the planning elements needed for an implementation of future fire mitigation projects. And can you talk in more detail? Are those planning planning needs, like would we take on the NEPA evaluations or something like that? Like what does that look like specifically? And then my second question is, are there other communities that have done this well that we could start talking to our colleagues about their success?
On the unmute button finally. To answer your first question about what does that look like, I think that it has the potential to look a little different in every community that you go to, but particularly here, my guess is that what it would look like is getting those different groups together to talk about priorities. And you need some tools. You need something that shows you, hey, if you can do a treatment in this area, you can protect, a whole bunch of specific, infrastructure or something like that. And you've got to focus in. You got to choose what your focus areas would be. Is it going to be homes, or is it going to be watersheds? Is it going to be both? or is it going to be electric or other infrastructure like that? And so there's a lot of things that all come together to try to figure that out, and where the priorities would be. And then once you figured that out, then where the community wants to focus and where that prioritization would lie, then you start relying on the professionals, folks like Ryan, not that Ryan would lead this, but like folks with that background, with a true fire background, and people who can say, these are the types of treatments would be helpful in these particular vegetation areas. And you bring in those folks to say, all right, well, if your priority is personal infrastructure, houses and such, here's where I would focus. And like I said, some of those tools are already out there. But once you figured that out, then you figure out, okay, whose jurisdiction is that particular, piece of ground? Or maybe it's crossing both, and we need to sit down with our different types of environmental planning groups and discuss that. But I think that the first step is really to figure out, where do we want to focus? What do we want to do? What do we want to accomplish? And then I think the rest of it will come together, to be real honest with you. If you look at the hunter smuggler project, for example, I was not directly involved with that, but there is an EA that was put together by the Forest Service for the work that was done on federal lands, because it was all Forest Service. And there may have been other work that was done by, say, City of Aspen or Pickens County to ensure that they were meeting their environmental, policies and regulations that may be slightly different. But I think that if we all work together, we can figure that part out. And then your second question was about, are there communities that are already doing this that you could rely on? And I think that there's others on the screen that might be able to talk to that a little bit. There are others that I know of that I could refer you to, other communities that have definitely taken on the funding part of it, and tried to figure out, how are we going to do this? So Summit County is an example. They're an example where they decided to put out, I believe it was a ballot measure, and passed it, and they're taxing themselves at the tune of about $1 million a year for the next 10 years to fund treatments both on private land, on state-owned land, as well as on federal lands, and doing a whole host of things to try to bring down the fire severity levels there. And then the city of Flagstaff actually also did something similar to that, and brought on a ballot measure as well, and decided to do that primarily to achieve treatments on federal lands that surrounded the city. And so those aren't exactly answering your question, but I know that if you give me a little bit of time, I could probably reach out and find out about more of the wildfire mitigation planning efforts, and find some of that for you as well. And if that's helpful, I can reach out to some of my colleagues around the West.
Great, thank you. I know my wheels are spinning, my brainstorming's happening here. So Greg.
Sure.
Yeah, great. Thank you. That was a good question, Kelly, and thank you for the answer. Kevin, it'd be great to see how Summit County went through their program, and it's impressive if they're raising that amount of money, and I think it's necessary. Every time I've been with a fire manager or one of the fire responders that we see, and they come into this end of the valley, generally the reactions they have when they look at Red Mountain or Brush Creek or some of our other really overly choked neighborhoods, choked with scrub oak and Starvisberry and everything else, there's almost horror on the reaction I've heard from them. So I do know a lot of this work has been done. A lot of these areas have been identified by local fire officials. What the problem I'm seeing here, it looks like we could raise the money to some extent, but how do we convince the public that this is important? And I know Valerie has been an example of continuing effort to reach out to our community to alert them that we really have an issue here. So I'm hoping this group today could recommit to addressing some of these things, because as I said, that the pros that come in and look at this honestly have looks of shock on their faces when they see some of these neighborhoods.
And so I'd really like us to move forward now, and I'm hoping somebody has can help us with that way forward. Thanks.
Well, I'll jump in because, you know, what Kevin was saying for me really just brought up, you know, are there some places that we could hone in on collectively? And I would say, well, yeah, like, you know, should we look at protecting our water sources? You know, so should we look at, you know, focusing first on where, you know, Maroon and Castle Creek to protect City of Aspen water, or Snowmass Creek to protect Snowmass water, you know, which we see is Glenwood is suffering from the consequences of their fire. You know, or do we look at what are the most difficult evacuation routes? You know, I think maybe this, you know, we could individually sort of brainstorm some criteria of how we might think that we would prioritize these types of projects and then come back together to generate that list. And those are just some of the ideas that popped up for me, like, oh, those seem like really good places to start. And then we figure out how do we communicate with the community about, well, we need to do this because your water resource depends on it. You know, becomes, I think, a broader message. So that's just my 2 cents. Rachel.
Yeah, thank you both, Greg and Kelly, for that. And again, all the professionals here have been contributing to the conversation. I really like that concept because different need areas potentially have different funding sources. And, you know, it's if the public agrees that it is that sort of threat and issue, you could see some sort of temporary fees on your water rates in order to do fire mitigation. And oddly enough, my husband does source water protection for Colorado Rural Water, and it tends to work all around the state. And almost every group that he's convening, you know, unless they're in an urban area and they have different issues, they like to put their grants from the states towards fire mitigation and the intakes of water to their plants and the flow of water to their plants. Again, I think other things are very important, especially as we see Forest Service areas touching the back of residential neighborhoods as well. You know, to Greg's question, I hate to say it, but I think you really need to start publicizing some of the photos from the East Troublesome fire and from some of these other fires. And these people, there's some great pictures of 3 houses that burned and the 1 house that survived because they had done mitigation all around it. You know, but to realize just because you feel like you're, quote, in a neighborhood or you have hay fields around you, the fire's not going to reach you because those grassland fires can be just as rapidly moving and connect kind of unconnected areas in flames. And so I think, you know, the words fire mitigation, fire preparedness, they have a certain ring to people. Visual aids stick far more than words. And I think working with some good PR people might shake a little thinking up. And I think also some kind of letters directly to larger homeowner associations saying, we've identified your area as being a very high risk for fire. Given that you have not done mitigation work on excessive fuel loads, these are the types of fires we're seeing. These are the amount of fires we intend to see this summer, given the drought. You know, we'd like you to inform your neighbors that they are now categorized as a high-risk neighborhood or a risk neighborhood. But I think we need to be proactive with the messaging. Otherwise, it's going to be, why didn't the county tell us that? You know? And of course we're telling, but we have to find ways that people will absorb it better, perhaps. Thank you.
Thank you. And Francie, and then I want to move us on because I know Maroon Bells also generates lots of interest. So Francie, go ahead.
Okay, well, this will be quick. I just, in response to Rachel and also what Kevin is saying about getting groups together, it's definitely going to take some leadership to accomplish that. So, you know, it'd be interesting to see where we go from here between Snowmass and Aspen and Pitkin County and the Forest Service, because it's not going to happen, you know, unless somebody says, okay, I'll take the lead on this, or maybe the mayors and Kelly take the lead on it, or something like that, where we can then go to the Forest Service and say, what places do you need work? And then we can start talking to people, because that sounds like a lot of work to communicate with people to make it happen.
Great. So,
Just an observation.
thank you. No, and I like that idea, Francie. And I think just to wrap this up a little, if I can ask my fellow mayors and our managers to check in with your individual boards on just some of these ideas and the interest in working collectively, and then we keep it on our list for our future meeting discussions so that we can start to say, yeah, we want to work on this together, and these are the things that we think we want to work on. As a proposal. And with that, I do want to just, any last burning questions or comments on this topic? Okay, I hope I'm seeing everyone. Let me just scroll through here.
Burning questions, Kelly.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I know that was so unintentional. It's one of my catchphrases as chair. Okay. So with that, I'll turn it back over to Kevin to, take us into the part 2 of our meeting today.
Okay, so I'm going to find the share screen button here again and bring up a new group of slides to help me keep on track here. And so can somebody give me a thumbs up? Are you seeing the maroon bells there?
We are.
Perfect. All right. Thank you very much. So the agenda today to talk about the maroon bells is really to kind of walk through what we've done over the last mostly over the last year since we started as a group the reservation system that kicked in last year. And so, get this thing going. And so what we'll talk about is the stakeholder meetings. So we meet monthly as a group, and we'll talk about what those look like, and just so the board and the boards understand what what's been going on behind the scenes. We'll also talk about the reservations and what's that looking like so far, what types of reservations are required for this season, and what that looks like. We'll talk about groups. There's a couple of different new things revolving around group opportunities. And then we'll also talk about ticket pricing and what that looks like for this year. And then communications. We'll talk about what the communications have been so far and how successful we've been up to this point as well. And then we're going to talk about e-bikes or bicycles. While we'll focus mainly on Maroon Creek Road, I recognize this is not unique to Maroon Creek Road. So, the one thing to note as well, you're just going to listen to me for this time, but that's not because there's not a whole lot of other people doing this work. We just felt it was maybe a little easier to manage this one if it was just one person. So this next slide here kind of illustrates that a little bit. So if you look at this slide here, we're having monthly at least stakeholder group meetings, and as you can see here, we got 8 different entities represented in this stakeholder group. RAFTA, City of Aspen, Pitkin County, obviously the Forest Service, Ski Company, the Resort Association as well. You've got this group H2O who's helping with the reservations, and the Romero group who manages the Highlands Base area. So a large group of folks who are working and talking about the Maroon Valley and basically mostly the transportation planning efforts on a pretty regular basis. And then breaking out from there, there's been subgroup meetings over this last year, one based on communications and really trying to fine tune and make sure that our communications coming from all these different groups are similar in nature. We've got an e-bikes group, we've got ticket pricing group, we've got a group reservations group, and we've got commercial uses group. And so I know for some folks from these 8 entities that are represented here, there's a few people that are on every single one of those subgroups as well as meeting with the regular group. So those people are busy. And so the thing I really want to make sure everyone knows is this is a group effort. This is not something that's the county who manages the road, or the Forest Service who manages the bells after you get off of the road, or even RASTA who manages the buses that people use to get up there. There's no one entity that's saying, this is the way this has got to be. We're all working together. And it's been, I just want to say thank you also. Most of those folks have a representative on this call today. And thanks for just taking the time and doing this. It's been a really, really helpful thing, especially with COVID and being able to manage the visitor experience for folks. So, all right, so talking about a reservation system. Reservations went live on the 12th of April, and they went in live for the entire season. Not last year we did staggered openings, and this year we decided that was too much work. Let's just open it all at one time. In the first 2 hours, H2O reservations was getting they were taking approximately one reservation per second for those first couple hours. So those were the go-getters. Those were the people that knew they wanted to be there, and they sure as heck didn't want anybody else to get in front of them and get into the Maroon Bells when on that weekend or that day they wanted to get up there. Let's see. We also have, so talking about the parking reservations here, we simplified things a little bit from what they were last year. Last year we had like 2-hour slots and 4-hour slots and 6-hour slots, and what we found was that was just too much for people, for all of us to manage, and so we simplified it. There's day parking, there's evening parking, there's a whole day parking, so 24 hours, and then there's overnight parking. And that overnight parking really is intended primarily for those backpackers, some for hunters and others that are also out there, but it's intended for that. All of the parking reservation tickets, are $10, and that's set by the Forest Service. It was set a long time ago. We don't really have an opportunity to adjust that at this time. And so when you look at the parking reservations, there's about 16,000 total parking reservations that are available for the season. And so far to date, about 8,000 or half of those have been sold already. And that's been 1 week that those have been available. And so the next thing to talk about here, one other thing on the parking reservations, just to make sure everybody knows, the parking reservations where it says day parking, let's say from 12 a.m. to 4:30 p.m., when the buses aren't running, they have anywhere from 12 a.m. to 4:30 that they can park in one of those spaces. But when the buses are running, they have to be there before, for that particular one, they've got to be there before 8 o'clock in the morning, or else they lose their opportunity to actually drive up the road, because the road is closed to vehicular traffic between 8 and 5. And so that's staying the same. And same for that evening parking. They can't go up the road until after 5 when the buses have stopped running. So there is one other thing to look at here in this group reservation. So that's something unique. We didn't have this last year. It is available this year. Basically, we put 2 slots, so the buses run every 15 minutes, and at 10 o'clock and 1 o'clock, if someone wanted to reserve most of a bus for their group, basically, they could come in and do that. Basically, they can reserve for 15 people. Now, the buses actually take, at this point anyway, we're accepting reservations for up to 18. So then at that point, 3 other people could hop on that bus still, or hop on and make those reservations. But it's just an opportunity to do something a little different for folks who really wanted to try to get up there. The cost is still the same for those folks. There's no price difference. So then the shuttle operations, if we move on to that, the shuttle service is going to start a little earlier this year. It's going to start on June 7th, and it's going to end a little bit later. It's going to end on October 17th. So to put that into perspective, last year, the shuttle didn't start until June 28th. That was a little later than it normally would have, and that was due to COVID, and it ran until October 18th. In 2019, though, it didn't start. It started on June 15 and ended on October 6th. So we are adding some shuttle services there. So it'll run every 15 minutes, like I already said, from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. And there's some conversation. Now, this conversation is super early on, and it really depends on whether RAFTA would be able to bring on the right amount of staffing capacity to be able to do this, and there's no guarantees of it. But there are discussions in the group about possibly starting that service a little bit earlier, either at like 6 a.m. or 7 a.m., something like that. And I'll talk a little bit more about why here in a little bit. The capacity is increased from 15 passengers to 18. Again, that could change up or down according to public health guidance throughout the season, depending on what COVID is doing. So they're making 29 runs a day, 522 passengers. So if you put that into perspective as well, I believe in 2019, so prior to COVID, there were about twice that many passengers on average per day going up to the Maroon Bells. So looking at the reservations that have made so far for the shuttle services, as of yesterday, we sold about 4,000 round-trip shuttle reservations out of what's available in the 50 to 60,000 range. So there's a lot of opportunities still there. But what you see is those like big weekends, say 4th of July or other times, Labor Day weekend, those are all gone. They're all sold out already. So let's see. And we've also made 350-ish downhill reservations already. So that's new for this year. The downhill reservations are really trying to help RAFTA plan for those Crested Butte to Aspen hikers. So they start their hike over on the other side in Crested Butte, they go up and over, and they end up coming over into Aspen and spending the evening over here. And so that was a big challenge for RAFTA last year, was being able to plan for those hikers. And so and we're charging $10 for those passes this year for those reservations. So it helps RAFTA out in becoming a whole as well. Most of that. Here's the prices. If you make a reservation today, it's $16 for an adult, $10 for a senior, and $10 for a kid. And then again, that one-way downhill ticket, if you're doing that hike over from Crested Butte, is $10 as well. This limited day of ticket. So this is a little different. This wasn't intentional last year, but we kind of played around with it a little bit as we got more comfortable with the system. But there are people who book it and they don't show up. There's no shows all the time, and they're not asking for their money back or anything. There's just people that just don't happen to show up. And so there are some limited day of tickets that are available. So if someone just shows up and says, "Hey, I didn't get a reservation. They're all booked out. Is there something I can do?" There's a possibility to try to get those on. It's kind of like flying standby. You hang out, you wait, and you see if something opens up. And those tickets are a little more expensive. And so the intent is to make the most efficient use of every bus that's going up that valley. So rather than having no shows and then having empty seats on the bus, let's go ahead and fill those seats. Not like we're filling it out to a full bus, but whatever the public health capacity is, and that allows RAFTA to be most efficient. And at the same time, it incentivizes people to make the reservations because it's a little more expensive if they wait till the day of. So communications. A press release was sent out on the 29th of March. It was consistent. So all of the websites put out the same message. So whether that was ACRA or Pitkin County or RAFTA or City of Aspen or the Forest Service, the same message went out. So we thought that was really important to make sure that people weren't getting mixed messages. The Denver media did pick it up. I got interviewed once. I know other people got interviewed as well. And so that's been a great thing to get that message out on the Front Range. And it's been successful. And here's a couple of metrics that I've been told that help us to say, hey, the message is getting out. 42% of the current reservations are actually out of state. And so you wouldn't see that many people that know they need to make a reservation in that percentage if the message wasn't getting out and about. So obviously we're also outreaching locally to to the concierges, the bike shops, and all that as well. So lessons learned, is that part of the lessons learned was the need for a longer shuttle season, and so that's why you see the elongated season. We're a little bit earlier and a little bit later, and so we're trying to help out in that way. We needed to charge for downhill riders, and we need to be able to plan for those downhill riders. It's not enough to just charge for them. It helps RAPTA to be able to know, hey, we've got a big weekend. We gotta be ready for more downhill riders. Because most of them show up in the afternoon in like a 2-hour span where they're trying to get on. And last year there were up to like 100 or more of just those folks. And when you're only putting 15 people on a bus, like that just, it just does, the logistics become very challenging. So let's see, increased price for the day of tickets, that helps everybody out, and it incentivizes the folks to plan ahead. We did feel like the price that it increased quite a bit from 2019 to 2020, and there was some opportunity maybe there to try to work with that and do a little bit of discounting for kids and seniors to make it a little more affordable for families and those types of things. So we're really glad to be able to have done that and still be looking to make sure that RAPTA is really close to their non-subsidy requirement for this. So a little bit more capacity. We look to possibly see more capacity as well, which will only help to make this easier for folks to get up there. We simplified the parking reservations. We already talked about that as well. There's a consistent parking price at Highlands. I think I maybe forgot to mention that, or maybe it's still coming up, but it's $5, I believe, an hour. It's on one of these somewhere. Yeah, $5 an hour or a max of 40 per day. What they were finding is that most people were really only up there for 2 or 3 hours. And so they felt like the $5 an hour was a little easier for folks to manage. No new commercial operators allowed, and a need for a holistic planning effort. So let me talk a little bit about this longer shuttle season before we leave this one. What we're hearing right now is that the majority of complaints so far that are coming into the call center are, one, that there's not enough capacity in the early season. And that has to do with the parking area. The parking area up there is small. That it is intentionally small from community work that was done decades ago. And I don't think anybody, well, my understanding is nobody really wants to see that parking area expanded. So those early season before RAPTA service starts is when we're seeing an issue with the supply and demand. Basically, there's more demand than the supply of the parking reservations that are available. And then the other thing that we're hearing, the majority of complaints, and it's a specific group of folks. It's like the early morning hikers and the photographers and folks that want to get up there. Is that there really are some limitations before that 8 o'clock bus, and so it's a lot of those folks that are doing the reverse hike from Aspen to Crested Butte. Instead, they want to get a little earlier start, and in some ways we want to support them in that, because we all know that the later start you get, the more likely you're going to be up on that ridge line when the thunderstorms come in the afternoon. So that's why the longer shuttle season, and that's why the consideration of potentially looking at earlier services. One other thing we did, and it comes back to this bullet about no new commercial operators allowed. So we were running into trouble last year with taxis, hotel, suburban, things of those nature, operating a little bit out of the system, basically. And so we had to actually pull back on that to be able to support RAPTA in being able to manage the downhill capacity. And so one of the things we are trying to do though right now is work with Blazing Adventures, who is a already authorized Forest Service permittee, to try to fill some of that gap right now in the early season and in that early morning or late afternoons time frame when people are wanting to get up there. So we are working with them. We gave them some extra what we call use days to try to help out. There's a couple of other already permitted outfitters. The challenge for us is that to be able to be real honest with you, I would need more people to be able to do what you would be required to be able to open this up to a whole bunch of other folks, and it's just untenable at this time. So we're working with what we currently know and operators that we currently have working with us and trying to meet some of those demands there. So and then that last bullet about the need for a holistic planning effort, I equate this to that balloon squeezing thing that I've heard other people talk about before, where basically anytime you squeeze this balloon, things pop out. You know, the balloon just pops out somewhere else. And so what we've seen, and this is a segue into e-bikes, is that if you limit the capacity of, say, the buses or the parking or something else, people still want to get there, and so they'll find another way. And that's where we saw a really significant increase in e-bike usage last year, and it was primarily from folks who wanted to get to the Maroon Bells but weren't able to get a reservation either on the bus or a parking reservation, and so they were finding other ways. And to be honest with you, you've got an amazing entrepreneurial spirit in Aspen, and bike shops figured out a way to make sure they got the right things in the people's hands to make that happen. So moving on to e-bikes or bicycles, one of the things that we're doing, and this is, you know, again, when I say we, I'm talking about the collective we with this whole group of stakeholders, is we're prioritizing outreach and education rather than regulation at this time. So 3 more bike etiquette oriented signs will be posted along Maroon Creek Road. You can see one of our what I'm pretty sure is a smiling Pitkin County road and bridge employee behind that mask that's holding up some examples of that. And so those are some of the signs that you'll see going up there. My understanding from talking with Brian Pettit, there will be similar signs also posted in the Castle Creek Valley. They may be looking at other places as well. We created a one-pager that was distributed to all of you in your packet. And it really reinforces the importance of proper bicycle etiquette, and staying to the side and, you know, not weaving around and paying attention to what you're doing. In development right now is a bicycle etiquette video that the intent is to be utilized at all the bike shops in town that are renting bikes, so that they can show folks an example of what this would look like. And so I equate this to me going to Yellowstone and getting a backcountry permit. They make you sit down and look at and watch the bear video before you run out there with your family. And so this is kind of like that. Here's the thing you need to do to keep yourself safe and keep everybody else safe. We are doing more monitoring. So between the Forest Service and Pitkin County, we bought more traffic counters. They're going to be installed along Maroon Creek Road, and we're going to be able to keep track of vehicle traffic and bicycle traffic. My understanding is all operating season long, to be able to really get some better data on what it looks like there. RAFTA and Dan Blankenship is going to help out by doing some bike-friendly driver training for their RAFTA drivers, for anyone that's driving this route. And then again, reaching out to those rental shops with this one pager, the video, and the importance of wearing helmets and everything else along with that. And then we're going to monitor that behavior. We're going to use that counter data that I was already talking about to identify the peak days and times. We're going to use the RAFTA drivers to report close calls and near misses. We're going to use volunteer spot checks to observe and report on behavior that they're seeing. And we're going to use all that information to try to work with this group that's already in place to try to figure out if we're doing the right thing and if there's other things that we need to do in the future to really get compliance with these, what are really safety and kind of etiquette measures. So that was a lot of talking. And there you go. That's why people are going there, because they're so, so beautiful. And I'll stop there and take questions.
All right. Again, I'll encourage the hand raise function, but I see Greg's hand up. So go ahead. And then Ann.
Okay, I'll try to be quick. Thanks. That was a lot of information, but thanks a lot. I did want to ask about, is it possible that the reservations can be booked up, say concierges could buy large blocks of reservations? Because I know people were frustrated how quickly it seems like they were selling out. I guess you really do have more reservation capacity for parking and rides, but are we going to have to worry about people buying blocks of them and then scalping them to their guests or anything like that? That was one question. Yep. And then the second one was just, is it possible that at some point we might consider doing staggered reservations? So somebody coming in August might have a chance of getting a reservation, even if they hadn't thought about it in May. Staggered reservations through the year, if that's possible. The other question that comes up is anticipating these large crowds. How are we doing for ambassadors up there and rangers, just to protect the resource? And then finally, as a cyclist, I certainly love riding up there, and I appreciate all the efforts that have been done to make it safer. And I'm thinking the bike video should go on the website for reservations as well, if you can, the bike safety video. And I would support if there's any way we could stripe the lanes so bicyclists would be reminded to stay over on the side. I'm just wondering if striping might be something in our future. Thanks.
Okay, I'll see if I captured all of those for you, Greg. So I think that the first question was about porters, if I understood correctly. Are there folks out there that are buying some of these up? And I spoke with the folks who are managing the reservation system this afternoon and asked that very question. And he said that when they first looked at it, they weren't seeing that, but they now have seen a couple of instances of what appears to be one entity or individual that's purchased up somewhere in the range of 30 or 40 different reservations. And what they're trying to do is figure out where that's originating from and try to figure out, well, is this really just a local person who really wants to go to the Bells 30 times over the season? Or is this somebody that, that is trying to do something like what you're throwing out there? And so they're working on that right now. And so the answer to your question is, one, it appears that maybe it is possible, but they are able to track it. And they are tracking that down, and we're going to work with them to try to figure out what we can do to ensure that if it is not the first example that I gave you, that we try to open those back up, and it doesn't end up being something like that. So we're working on that. The second question I actually didn't capture, didn't write down, and it's leaving me right now. Sorry, Greg.
Staggering reservations.
Thank you. Thanks, Greg. So we did that last year, and I would have to open it back up to someone that was more involved. Shelley, you might be able to help us out there if you're able to unmute for a second and explain the rationale for not doing staggered this year. That is how we managed it in 2020. I think part of that was just like, for us, if I recall correctly, it was just like, oh my gosh, this is the first time we're doing this. Let's not bite off more than we can chew at one time. And this year we felt like, oh, we've got our feet under us. We kind of understand how this will work, and we can do this. But I don't know the answer to why we chose for sure why not to do that. If there's anyone else out there that does, feel free to chime in real quick. I'll keep moving on, and we can just. Oh.
Dan here.
Hi, Dan. Go ahead.
I think we open it up. Oh, go ahead. Is somebody else jumping in?
No, it's all you.
Okay, thanks. I think we opened it up really about for a 2-month window at a time. And typically what we saw
Greg, was that, the bookings increased the closer we got to the day that people wanted to go. In those out days, 40 days out, 50 days out, there would be some reservations, but they wouldn't be anywhere near the number that were being made closer in to the day of. So I think we can always see how it goes, but I think we just felt like it would be easier to give the public a lot more opportunity to schedule and plan their vacations and their trips to the Maroon Bells. We just opened up everything at once. If we saw everything get booked up like we did on parking, I think quite a bit of parking reservations were taken in the first day. But we have, close to 70 or 80,000 possible reservation times or reservations available. So I'm not concerned that we're going to see all those disappear right off the bat. I think it's going to take some time.
Thanks for helping me out there, Dan. A little lifeline. And so the next question was about ambassadors. And so what kind of staffing levels do we have up there? Do we have volunteers? Last year, we did not have the Forest Conservancy volunteers. They made a choice, and we supported them wholeheartedly with that group to decide not to operate in their normal way last year because of COVID. They're feeling more comfortable in their ability to actually understand and mitigate and do that work. And so we will have Forest Conservancy volunteers up at the Maroon Bells again. We already have our ACES interns as well, and we also have the normal Forest Service staff. And my understanding is that there will be some H2O Adventures staffing at the top end at the Maroon Information Center as well this year, trying to manage those folks getting back on the buses. And so they've been able to help out with that. So hopefully that answers your question, Greg. I think there'll be a myriad of different things, and Dan may be able to help me out with this one too. Please.
All right, Dan, you want to clarify, and then we'll go to Ann for her questions.
I just wanted to touch on Greg's question about striping. We took a look at a striping plan, and I think the challenge that we face is that the width of the roadway up there really isn't wide enough in order to have striping on both sides of the road and still allow traffic to pass without kind of going into the oncoming lane. So without adding some additional platform up there, it's going to be tough to carve out a dedicated space for bikers.
Thank you. All right, Ann.
That's exactly what I was going to say. That's what I've heard.
Hi, Ann. Go ahead.
Okay. Oh, thanks. Hey, Kevin, I'm on the RAFTA board too, so I will start with a thank you to you and Dan and all the stakeholders. It's amazing how hard people have worked to make this come together so well after, last summer when we had so many restrictions and constraints. And you've got a great program. And H2O is the same group that does Hanging Lake, correct?
Correct.
So, two questions. How are you managing a whole group of hikers showing up at 3:30 in the afternoon when you've just brought a couple of busloads up that all want to come back down at the same time? Backup buses, or how's it going to work?
Sure, and I'll let Dan help out a little bit with this, and I'll just go back to what we talked about is that the ability to plan for that a little bit more by requiring the downhill reservations is one of the things that we as a group talked about that would be incredibly helpful for RAFTA to be able to do that. And so Dan, if you want to talk about how the actual logistics of how you guys will do that, that's definitely outside of my lane.
Well, I don't know all the details. I just know that somehow we managed to get it done. And the supervisors on the scene and the bus operators, in the afternoon after about 3 o'clock, we're not following a schedule. We are just running bus after bus up and down the hill. And the plan this year is for everybody that rides to have a reservation. If for some reason somebody doesn't have one, they don't have cash on them or what have you, we'll allow them to ride, but it's kind of on a space available basis, giving priority to people with the reservations. And we just keep running the buses till we get everybody off the hill. And, you know, towards, you know, as we hit our stride last year in July and August and so forth, we really were, I think, you know, getting everybody off the hill between, you know, 5 and 6 p.m. So the buses can run a little bit longer, but generally the wait times weren't that great for most people.
Okay, thanks. A lot of people have asked me that question. How is that going to be managed? The other just comment, it's great that you're tracking the bike traffic. It'll be very interesting to see that data midsummer and the end of the summer, just for planning purposes. So thanks for having that, the monitoring part of this program this summer. Thanks, Kevin. Lovely work.
Thanks, Ann.
Thanks,
All right, Francie and then Ward.
This is sort of a general question, Kevin, about, and maybe Dan, about just capacity. I mean, I think you're gathering a lot of data right now, it sounds like, you know, all of you who are involved, on how many people are actually going up there, but I'm sure you've all been to Yosemite and know what it's like when there's just more people than trees practically, and Conundrum for that matter. So I'm just wondering whether there's any discussion, I'm sure there is, about saying it's full, can't have any more people up there. Is that a possibility at all on a Forest Service property, or?
So Francie, that gets a little bit back to the need for holistic planning, which I don't think I explained as well as I could have, and probably should have when I was bringing that bullet up. But what we've looked at, and so just give you a perspective on this, is in 2019, if I remember the numbers correctly, I won't get them exact, but bus ridership was, just bus ridership alone was over 100,000 people. And the current the current planned reservations for bus ridership is about half to 60% of that right now. So we're all, with the current limitations on the number of people that we can put on a bus, we are already looking at significantly less numbers up there than in pre-COVID years. And so that's happening. That was not the intent of this system, but that is a byproduct of the system at this time. Now, if and at what time RAPTA could run full buses again, that could possibly change, and we could potentially look at a larger capacity for the area again. And so that's where it gets back to this question about the need for a larger planning effort beyond just the transportation aspect of it, which is really what we've been doing right now. And the transportation aspect of this planning effort has been driving the opportunities for recreation and other things. We haven't been looking at it more holistically. We're like, what do we want the visitor experience to be, say, at Maroon Lake or even at Crater Lake, or, you know, something along those lines, and then try to shape the amount of reservations and such there. It's something that the Forest Service has dedicated a little bit of money to, and that we'll be approaching the stakeholder group in the near future. We've brought it up with them already about, hey, we think this is just about the right group. Maybe there's some others that would need to or want to join, but if we were to take this on and start trying to answer some of those questions, Francie, we would need to do some different work than we've been doing so far. And so it's in the plan, and it's something we're working towards.
Thank you so much, Kevin.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, Ward.
Yeah, just briefly, I know that City Council has a work session scheduled at 6, but it's in the vein of communications and central res and hospitality industries, as people are making reservations in Aspen and Town of Snowmass Village and Crested Butte, that they are informed of the bus reservation system. particularly in Crescent View, for coming back as they hike down, and for people planning a trip to Aspen and Snowmass to be able to purchase their bus tickets in advance.
Yeah, and I don't see, oh, go. Bob, were you wanting to help out with that question? Okay. So I don't see anyone that I know of from the chamber here, but the chamber is, the chamber's website is where people go to make their reservation, and that's where the platform lies. And as we stated in here, a lot of the communications that went out did go out through the chamber locally to all of the businesses, basically saying, here's how this thing works, and here's where people need to go if they are making those reservations or want to make those reservations. So I believe that some of that's happening, Ward, but I can't talk to exactly how that is. But I could find out a little bit more from the chamber and inform you. But I think it's actually going pretty well so far, from what I understand from others.
Okay. Bob Circus, let's have a last question and then final thoughts.
Yeah, Kevin, I want to sort of add on and maybe twist what Francie said a little while ago. And I'm curious if in these last couple of years where we've had significantly lower volumes of people up in the bells, if anyone is doing research to look at the effect of that on the environment up there, and whether, if so, can that be included in the impact and the discussions about what is the right number of people to go up there in a season?
Sure. Anecdotally only, I guess. There's no like kind of scientifically based measurements or anything like that happening on either the environmental effects or say the effects to wildlife or anything like that on having, what amounts to about half the amount of people or even less than that up there. I will say that, when you look at from the Forest Service angle, it is one of our most, what we call a hardened site, or a site that's built for that type of capacity or that amount of people. We have very few facilities and locations that are actually built to do that. And so here's the challenge with that, and it'll be part of the larger discussion, is the moment, again, it's that balloon squeezing thing. You limit people there, but they're still coming to Aspen, they're going to want to go somewhere else. And so when you do that, and let's say they, instead of going to the Bells, they're going up Castle Creek instead, and we don't have the same level of hardened facilities for them, then you've created a new and different problem somewhere else sometimes. And so it's not to say, hey, it's not a good idea. Like I said, we want to look at it and try to figure out what the right capacity is for that area. And at the same time, we recognize the kind of compounding or potential effects of doing something like that as well.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Kevin, do you have any final remarks for us as we wrap up?
The only thing I would say is we really, really do appreciate all of the time, energy, resources, money that are provided to trying to provide this visitor experience on what ends up being mostly on National Forest lands. And so thank you guys for your interest. Thanks for your willingness to dedicate your staff time and energy and money towards helping us manage this. And I think it's a really, really good example of how doing things as a collaborative group works better. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kevin. You're a crucial partner to us, as are the councils that joined the county today. We thank you all for all of your collaborative efforts. We look forward to continuing this conversation, and best of luck to City Council on your meeting tonight, and to other council persons as well. So thank you. Take care, everybody. And thanks to the public for watching and for Grassroots.